Also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your flap. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty, then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment, and that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs: face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
we rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The NFL Divisional Round recap done. I was going to say something else, but I'm going to hold up on that. Bears hire Ben Johnson, and Ohio State wins the national championship, and much, much more. No Notre Dame. We'll see what Riley Leonard does after the season ended. We will get into that a little bit more on a new show of Job in the Mouth. Mets are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley at this point. I'm gonna fight him all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't get it alone. We are back on a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. It's been an interesting weekend for football, not only the NFL, but college football as well. National Championship Monday, the NFL divisional games just happened over the weekend, and you're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. And ladies and gentlemen, you know who our executive producer is, Aaron Fishman, our sportsman at Tommy Scoops, and Owen, a.k.a. Mr. Tick Rickner, as our back-end personal UFO / personal fantastic game show host. I say UFO because he could be an undefined alien all over the world. But
I'll agree with that.
You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I have not been feeling well all single day. I've been dealing with it, but hey, I say I'm going to do a show. I'm here doing the show. I've been wearing a sweatshirt really since I got out of the shower. I haven't been feeling very good, but
which is weird for you to wear a sweatshirt.
Yeah, I don't usually do that. I just haven't been feeling good, and I've been getting hot chills. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's when you feel cold, but you're getting hot chills, and I've been sweating. So I'm not sick. I mean, I've checked that I had a fever. I don't have a fever, but like I said, we didn't do the show yesterday because we were watching the national championship. So we'll be here for Tuesday and Wednesday. And again, I'm a trooper, and that's why I'm here. But Jabba, how are you?
Good, man. It's I was talking to a couple buddies. Do you guys ever remember, like, when you were going to school, school getting canceled because it was too cold? Like, we got canceled in all of basically pretty much all of Nebraska. I got up this morning to drop a deuce, and the regular temperature, just not wind chill, not nothing, was minus 12.
Wow.
So yeah, it's been a little frosty. I mean, we kind of had a heat wave today. It got up to like 21 or something like that today. So
That's where it was here. That's where it was here. 21. This morning when I got up, it was like 5 degrees. It was 6 degrees. It was really cold out here. Everything was frozen. And down my block, because I live on a cul-de-sac, and if anybody doesn't know, there's one way in and one way out. I will say this, they didn't plow until 5 o'clock yesterday. So it was practically ice and snow practically all morning yesterday. I had to go to work. So it was horrible. I will say that it is dangerous over here in Long Island, especially. And I'm not putting down any of the people that are out there on the road, salting the roads and doing what they do best. It's just, it was horrible. And again, it wasn't even a lot of snow. It was like 5 inches of snow. So they make it out to be a foot or 2.5 feet because they definitely didn't take care of it over here where I live. So,
well, did you see the people freaking out in Florida?
Yes.
They got like 2 inches. They thought it was the apocalypse, like the end was coming. Like it's weird for us. I don't know how so much. Obviously, I've been to Long Island, but for us, a lot of our like schools are in neighborhoods. So a lot of the kids walk. And so I think the more schools that we've built, obviously in our town, is the kids walk. So that's more so, Fish just said too in our chat was like, the buses couldn't start. And yeah, sometimes that happens, but ours is more so like all the kids just walking to school.
It's like that here. I mean, if anybody doesn't know Long Island, each town has like a middle school, an elementary school, a high school, and it's crazy because each town are very, very close together. I mean, Long Island's long, but not that long, and every single town has a different school. And if you go from town to town, actually, they're connected on the same block in certain areas. I mean, Holbrook is closer to Patchogue, so they're practically, 1.5 miles, 2 miles away from each other in certain aspects. It is crazy. I mean, Satcham has like a north, a south, an east, and west. I mean, there's more high schools in Satcham than there is all of Long Island. I mean, it's crazy. But again, to me, what I've been dealing with the weather is I don't know what's going on, and I've been getting hot flashes, and it's just something women get. So I've never understood it, but now I can understand. Last night I was driving with Brittany, and we were driving home from my sisters. We didn't celebrate the holidays with them because they were doing other things with her other side of a family. I mean, her boyfriend's family and all that other stuff. So I never got a chance to give my presents to her son and her boyfriend. So we went over for dinner last night, and I was just not up. I was really not myself. I was falling asleep. I was watching the national championship on my phone, and I was dozing off. She's like, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me. And I came home, and then I was driving home, and then all of a sudden she put the heat on, and all of a sudden I got the sweats. It was like that. My back of my neck, my head, my chest. It's never happened to me before. I went inside and I laid down and I went to sleep, but it's just been crazy. I've been dealing with a lot of crap, but I'm here. I didn't have a fever today, but who knows? Maybe there's something else is going on with me. But nevertheless, I'm here. Happy to be here. We have a lot to get into, especially with football. The whole first hour and a half, 2 hours. We have a little bit later in the show at 8:30. We're going to be talking to our pal. We will be talking to former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings radio broadcaster, our friend Pete Bercich. He will be joining us. He's fantastic. I'm sure he has his own thoughts. The Minnesota Vikings. I don't. As I predicted, they were going to fall completely flat on their face. I don't know if Pete's going to like that, but he never Me and him love to attack each other.
He's just going to celebrate Sam Darnold's MVP season for you.
That's true. I mean, well, I don't know, but he's going to celebrate it because Sam Darnold is not the MVP. But
no, but I said it as a joke the last time. I can't wait for Sam Darnold's MVP season. And I mean, he's probably going to be top 10 in voting.
I'm not surprised. First of all, top 5. He's definitely top 5 with his numbers, but it's pretty incredible what Sam has done all season long. And even in the playoffs, I didn't expect him to put up some big numbers, but I did expect Sam to put up a bigger game in the playoffs. But again, this is Vikings quarterbacks. We can ask a lot of different people like Kirk Cousins and many other different quarterbacks that have fallen flat on their face over there. But hey, there's something to look forward to because they just signed O'Connell to an extension. So they got themselves a good coach. I think one of the best offensive minds right now in the NFL. So it'll be fun to see what he does moving forward and who their quarterback's going to be next year. Is it going to be McCarthy? Do they trade him? And do they keep Sam Darnold and sign him to a 4-year extension worth about almost $50 million a year? So there's a lot of questions to that. There's a lot to get into with the Minnesota Vikings with Pete Bercich. And I'm sure he has his own thoughts of what's going on in the playoffs right now, as Washington has been just absolutely incredible. We're going to get into that, but let's get into it because the Vikings obviously are not the team to talk about, but the Chiefs are. The Chiefs beat the Texans 23-14 to advance to their 8th consecutive AFC Championship game. The Texans became the first team in NFL history to have 100 more yards and no turnovers in a playoff loss. The Commanders beat the Lions 45-31, and Washington advanced to their first NFC Championship since 1991. Jaden Daniels is the first rookie quarterback ever to defeat a number 1 seed and a team with 13 or more wins. The Eagles edged out the Rams 28-22 to advance to their second NFC Championship game in the last 3 years. Saquon Barkley rushed for 205 yards in the game. Yes, in the game, ladies and gentlemen, and rushed for a combined 460 yards in 2 matchups versus the Rams this season. The Bills beat the Ravens 27-25, which we predicted was going to be the best game of the weekend, in a game where the Ravens had 143 more yards. Mark Andrews had a crucial fumble in the fourth quarter and a crucial drop at the 2-point with the 2-point conversion that would have tied the game. All 4 teams that lost had more total yards than the teams that won. First time in NFL history. Well, let's get into the Chiefs game because the Chiefs were the first team up with the Texans. It was a sensational, fun game to watch. I thought the Texans really kept it close. And C.J. Stroud, I want to give C.J. Stroud a lot of credit. He did have his sophomore year. He didn't have the better season going into his second year. His freshman year was definitely his better season. He had a great season. And he didn't throw the ball a lot. He was 19 for 28, 245 yards. Joe Mixon did run for 88 yards, something that the Texans couldn't do really over the last year with obviously a different running back, a guy that Devin Singletary, who's running for the New York Giants. So we all know what he is. Mixon's a better running back. And C.J. Stroud actually ran the ball pretty well in that game as well. I thought it was incredible going into Kansas City, a young team like that, and putting up a better game. C.J. Stroud played better than Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, I don't care what anybody says. Patrick Mahomes has not been the quarterback that we keep talking about, an MVP candidate. Do you know he's probably going to be in the top 6 for the voting for MVP, and he doesn't deserve it? He was 16 for 25, 177 yards, and 1 touchdown. Those are not screaming numbers, guys. Travis Kelce had a good game. Good for him. He finally showed up in a playoff game. 7 receptions for 117 yards and 1 touchdown. Nobody else showed up to the game. Nobody. Kareem Hunt, 8 carries, 44 yards. Yeah, he had a touchdown. It was an easy run. And then you have Isaiah Pacheco. Isaiah Pacheco had 5 carries for 18 touches, 18 yards. That's not enough. They had no secondary offense. There was nothing. If the defense didn't play their asses off, and they did, and Chandler Jones has a lot to do with it. Chandler Jones was all over the field. This is why he's an all-pro. This is why he's a Pro Bowler. This is why he's a Hall of Famer. This is why he got paid in the offseason. Because without him, this defense doesn't move. But I'm going to tell you this. George Karlaftis was unbelievable. Unbelievable. This guy had 3 sacks. 3 sacks in the game. He was all over the place. But the reason why he had 3 sacks in the game is because Chandler Jones was getting double teamed, sometimes triple teamed. So Kalafdis was not being even, he was being single covered all over the field. They were moving him. They were shifting on one side and the other. It was incredible. And I'm going to say this. If Kansas City is going to win a Super Bowl this year, it's going to have nothing to do with the offense. It's going to have everything to do.
It was Chris Jones, not Chandler Jones.
You know what I mean, Chris Jones. But Chandler Jones, Chris Jones. They could use Chandler Jones too. But Chris Jones was sensational. He's an all-pro bowler. He's fantastic. And there's a lot of reasons why he got a lot of money in the offseason. They extended him for a 3-year deal. I expect him to finish his career with the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know if Spagnuolo will be there next year. He is still interviewing. I know he's not getting the Jet job. We will get into that a little bit later in the show. But I was impressed with the defense. I am not impressed with this offense. And if this offense plays again the way they played in the divisional game, well, they're going to go home because the Bills are not going to have it. I know they're going to be playing in Kansas City, and the Kansas City fans are going to be on their side. The Bills are not going to go in there and being pushed around like they've done or have been screwed around with by the referees over the years. This is a good team, the Buffalo Bills, and we will get into that with the Ravens game. But it was a fun game to watch. I love watching C.J. Stroud. I think the Texans have a great future moving forward with the players that they have. Dell wasn't, obviously he got hurt at the end of the season. But Nico Collins is a beast. Schultz looks like he's one of the more underrated tight ends in the league. I mean, they've got weapons all over the field. I love what I've seen with this team. This team could be a Super Bowl contender next year.
Yeah, and coaching is there for them too. And I was questioning Bobby Slowick a lot of the time because you look at him not getting a head coaching job, and then he kind of regressed as a coordinator this year. A lot of the reasons why Stroud has struggled more, and he actually had a very good game plan in this game. There's a reason they had 100 more yards than the Chiefs in that game, and there's a reason they had to be extra creative to make that kind of thing work. If the Texans just had a little bit better of an offensive line, they probably win that game. It's just the offensive line was such a mess in that game, and it's hard to be able to have a capable enough offense with C.J. Stroud running for his life every play. And against Spags, the creative blitz that he likes to use, having a bad offensive line, one of the worst in the league, is not an ideal circumstance. The Texans outplayed them in pretty much every other element besides that, because you mentioned Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon ran the ball very efficiently. He has been a chief killer with the Bengals in the past, so they knew they had to go to him for a game plan. And I think the coaching was very strong on the offensive side of the ball. And even DeMeco Ryans on the defensive side of the ball did a very good job. The only thing they didn't really do well is take away Kelsey. Kelsey was left wide open way too much on a lot of these shorter routes. And that's something that the Ravens had trouble with last year in the AFC Championship game. That's why the Chiefs won. And I think that was a big reason.
When was the last time you've seen Travis Kelsey have over 117 yards in a game?
Yeah.
When was the last time you've seen it? I mean, that was what was so impressive. I did not expect Travis Kelsey to put up a number like that. We did believe Taylor Swift was going to be jumping around in the press box, having a good old time. How many people, how many movie stars, how many singers were with her over in their press box? I was paying attention to that more than the Kansas City Chiefs offense, because the Kansas City Chiefs offense was Travis Kelsey and Travis Kelsey only. Correct. That was it. There was nothing else.
Yep. That's exactly it, because the receivers, they've been blanketed for much of the time. They really don't have a legitimate rotation, even with the receivers that they have. I know Wes was raving about, we got DeAndre Hopkins, we got Marquise Brown. Like, none of them have really been overly productive. Xavier Worthy's been a little better in the second half
What
of
a
the season.
joke Marquise Brown is.
Yeah.
They don't Hollywood Brown has been Hollywood Square.
Yeah, they don't really have a trustworthy option. And I didn't really see enough adjustments to try to make that kind of thing work for any of these receivers. And I think that has a lot to do with the coaching too. So they definitely can't get away with this kind of game plan against the Bills, because their offense was very inefficient. Their offensive line had their issues too. Their tackle position is a big problem. That's why the Texans were able to rush the edges very well. And again, if the Texans had a capable, even just a league average offensive line, I think they win that game. They did everything right to take down the Chiefs coaching wise and schematically speaking. It just, obviously the refs are on the Chiefs side, and the Texans have a bottom 3 in the league offensive line.
Well, no, I think it's, you look at it from both sides of the ball, right? You look at the dynamic of what an actual football game is from not only coaching, but from the offense defensive side, and how you schematically run things, like you said, Speedy. And they can have a rough day, and Kelsey was targeted 8 times, Worthy was 6. and you know what Mahomes wants to do. He's going to get the ball to his dude. That's what he's going to do. But I think too with what Mahomes, and I think he plays to what he has. But honestly, Owen and I have talked about this plenty of times, and we've talked about this on the show. I think this is one of the worst Patrick Mahomes years that he's had, if you statistically go and understand.
Last year wasn't good either. Last year wasn't good either.
No, I agree. But even if it's not good and you still win, there's a dynamic that is probably not talked about enough, and I think it is, but not to where it should be. It's Andy Reid. Andy Reid is that dude. And he's had more wins in his 60s than anybody else. And the man just continues to do it and puts the right people around him and makes sure that no matter if we're failing offensively, we're going to pick it up defensively. If we're failing defensively, we're going to pick it up offensively. And I just think with what the year they've had and the balance with good and bad, and yes, have they got some bounces off some uprights and some blocks here and there? It is definitely,
well, the blocks are their own thing. They have to actually block the kick, but yeah,
right. No, but you put them in the right situation. So it's tough to bet against them right now, just based upon what it is. I mean, there's other circumstances that we will get into later with what it is, but yeah, it's just, I think CJ Stroud too. I think with the team that they have, I think him maturing and understanding losses and these certain things that they have, and the personnel that he has, not only teammate wise but personnel wise, I think they're gonna be a team that you're gonna have to worry about year in and year out from here on forward.
They're very well coached. DeMeco Ryan is a great coach. You could see what he is. You could see what he is calling on the sidelines. The players really drive to him. His personality after the game, he gives a shout out to his defense, a shout out to all his players. And that's what you want your coach. You want to believe in your coach. And I think DeMeco Ryan is a guy that you definitely will fall in love with. If you're a Texan fan, you should be very excited because you have somebody for the future where you can trust that this guy's going to figure it out. And I think they're going to be a contender for many, many years to come. I think this is that tail end of the Kansas City Chiefs franchise as far as winning mentality. I'm not saying Patrick Mahomes, they're not going to build a team around him for the future. But usually you could see Travis Kelce, this could be his final year. A lot of these players, Chris Jones could decide after this year if they win a Super Bowl or if they fall short. This is it. It's over for me. I'm getting old. My body's starting to wear and tear. We've seen a lot of players decide to part ways. Trent McDuffie is going to be a free agent soon. Are they going to keep him? Are they going to be able to keep him? Are they going to be able to re-sign him after giving Patrick Mahomes the contract that they gave him? There's a lot of questions to this team, and they might decide, hey, you know what? We're going to build around Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. How do we know that Andy Reid isn't going to decide, okay, I'm done. I want to walk away. I did my winning. I've won 3 Super Bowls. Maybe my 4th, 3 in a row. Nobody's ever done that. All right, I'm done. I'm good. I've won enough.
It's 7 conference championships, and Fish brought this up last week, and I think are they considered a dynasty right now, or do they need to win another one? They're a dynasty right now?
They're a dynasty. 3 Super Bowls in 5 years or 6 years or something like that. I mean, and they've been to, 7 or 8?
8 in a row AFC championships.
AFC championship. They're a dynasty.
They won 6 of those, and then, they're only 2 losses, a close one to the Bengals in overtime and a close one to the Patriots.
Besides the Dodgers right now in the last 10 years, who's been more prolific, as far as teams are concerned in their respectable sports? I mean, Kansas City's been better than the Dodgers, but the Dodgers are getting deferred money. This guy's been building it around a quarterback and Travis Kelce and Andy Reid. I mean, that's what it was. And Chris Jones, he's been there for a while too. I mean, the last time I saw Chris Jones, before he was drafted, I mean, his, fell out when he was doing the 40-yard, the 40-yard dash over there at the combine. So
good for him too, by the way. If that thing is that big and it falls out, God bless you, son. Like,
You could
good
say
for
that to his
you.
wife. I mean, his wife.
Well, first
Five
of
kids.
all, I just want to give her a hug and an ice pack. That's all I want to do.
I mean, seriously. I mean, this team, as far and I'm not saying it's going to be over because Andy Reid's probably not, tying it up and leaving. I don't think he is leaving, but he could decide after this year if they win a Super Bowl, what more do I need to do? I've won 3 in a row. Nobody's ever done that. I did it more than Bill Belichick did it in a 7-year span. What does he need to do? I mean, and this guy was a successful coach over there with the Eagles before he went to Kansas City.
Oh, God.
So there it is. So there's a lot of thought about, obviously this Kansas City run. This could be the final run of this team and how it was put together. I mean,
he's 66. Andy's 66.
Yeah, which usually doesn't mean that he's going to retire. But Andy Reid has had his back end with his family. His son committed suicide. There's a lot that he has done in the back end, not really spending time with his family. Andy, I met Andy years and years ago with the Eagles because I'm an Eagles fan when the Jets are no good, which they never are. When I met Andy Reid, I've always loved Andy. I wish him nothing but the best. I do not want to see Kansas City win this year because I can't stand Patrick Mahomes and I can't stand this red Kansas City Chiefs team. But nevertheless, and I don't like the Swifties, but nevertheless, I love Andy Reid. I think he personally wise and what I've met and his personality, you want to root for a guy like this. He's very liked, not only in the NFL, but through, different, generations of fans, not just now the young kids, but the fans that were rooting for him in the 90s and the early 2000s when he was coaching the Philadelphia Eagles. So I love Andy. I want to see Andy do well. I just don't want to see him win back-to-back championships with big mouth Patrick Mahomes, Kermit the Frog. So I do respect what he has done, this dynasty, which has been a dynasty. I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, it has a lot to do with the NFL and the ref calling. I do, because it's definitely fallen their way a lot this year. In 7 games, the games were just as close to 3 points or less in some of the games that they've won, and it all fell their way with 3 or 4 minutes left. And it wasn't because of Patrick Mahomes dominating the game. It was because of penalty calls. And in that, I could point out games, especially the Washington game, which was going back and forth. Some of the penalty calls were absolutely horrendous. And by the way, if it ever happened to Patrick Mahomes, it would have went his way more than any quarterback in the NFL. He has and I'll say this, and everybody keeps, they want to hold up and say it. He has the Tom Brady-esque type of calls.
Oh yeah,
that's what he gets. It's definitely bothers me.
Added on the fact that all the roughing the passer calls have been so bad as it is already, and then the Texans in that game, there were 2 of them that were very questionable. The first one, he went for the head, but it didn't really look like he was going for the head, but they called it. And the second one was terrible, the one they called the Will Anderson, that roughing the passer.
And then there are the Washington Commanders. Shocked the world. It was the biggest shocking win out of all the games this weekend. And one of the reasons why is Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels put on a show. He put on one of those shows you're going to remember for the rest of your life. Jaden Daniels becomes a superstar. RG3, his rookie season, he went to the playoffs. He lost, I think, against Seattle, against Russell Wilson. If I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on it, but I think it was Seattle. When Jaden Daniels came to the playoffs, he put up an unbelievable game, and he didn't outplay the Buccaneers or Baker Mayfield, but he put up enough to help his team win. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he went to Detroit where there were tickets being sold for $400 up in the boonies, the most expensive tickets in Lions history. They were sold out. It was loud as can be. And it didn't matter for a young quarterback, a rookie quarterback that showed up in the game, 22 for 31, 299 yards, 2 touchdowns thrown. It was unbelievable, the numbers that he put up against a Detroit team. And I'm going to give a shout out to Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn has had a sensational year as a defensive coordinator. A defensive coordinator that lost his best defensive player 5 games into the season, 6 games into the season on Hutchinson. And the numbers that he was putting up, he was probably going to be the defensive player of the year. But they lost him, and then the players were dropping like flies. And nevertheless, this was one of the best defenses in the league. But they went against a quarterback that never said die. And what he did in that game was remarkable, absolutely remarkable. And another guy that's remarkable is Brian Robinson Jr., a guy that got shot a couple of years ago. People thought his career was over. He was never going to be the running back that everybody thought he was going to be when he was drafted. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he came back, and this guy has become one of the more prolific offensive running backs in the NFL. He was unbelievable. 15 carries, 77 yards, 2 touchdowns. He has done everything. One of the leaders of this team. And yes, guys like Zach Ertz and players like that, leadership, young and old leadership on this roster, and Dan Quinn. For anybody to take shots at Dan Quinn, and I know the Cowboy fans are probably itching their head why they didn't fire Mike McCarthy last year and bring in Dan Quinn, because Dan Quinn was everything to that defense. Look at the defense the Cowboys were ranked this year, and look what they were ranked when Dan Quinn was there. They were one of the top 10 defenses in the league to one of the worst defenses in the league this past year. Why? Because Dan Quinn is one of the best defensive minds in the NFL. He knows how to teach boys, and he helps lead men. I love watching him as a coach. Look at him on the field after the plays. Bad or good, he's out there patting his guys on the butt, telling them, good job, no matter what, giving them the confidence. And it was remarkable, the points that these guys were putting up in Detroit. The fans were quiet after the second quarter because they knew what was going on. This wasn't a secret. I was watching the game on my phone as I was emceeing a Sweet 16. I watched the whole game on my phone. It was incredible. It kept looking, it looked like the Lions were coming back, and then they completely fallen off. They come back, and they keep completely falling off. It went from, they were close to 3, and then they fell out by 14. It was unbelievable. It really was. And my hats go off to Washington. As far as Detroit's concerned, where do they go? Well, it's interesting. Aaron Glenn looks like he's going to be the Jets' new head coach. It seems like they're negotiating a deal right now. That's where he's heading. Ben Johnson is going to Chicago. So the two best teams, Speedy, that we were talking about just recently, who are the two best teams to go to? The two teams that coaches are going to want, the Jets and the Bears. The Bears get Ben Johnson. The Jets look like they're getting Aaron Glenn. So the two coaches that everybody wanted, seems like they're going to the two best teams that are available. Where does Dan Campbell go? Now, Dan Campbell had a great year. He's going to be coach of the year. This team, can they get any better? They just lost 2 coaches, 2 important pieces to the puzzle. Where do they go in the offseason? We all saw what the Cowboys went when they lost Dan Quinn. They fell flat on their face. Where does this team go? Do they hire within? Do they go on the outside? There's a lot of questions to where this team goes now in the offseason and paying Jared Goff. And they put a lot of money in St. Brown. They put a lot of money in a lot of these different guys. Also, yeah. And where do they go? They need secondary offense because St. Brown had a good game, Gibbs had a good game, and everybody else didn't have much of it.
No, and you'll look at the Lions when it comes to those stars coming in, but where is the depth? And I think that's going to be the biggest key for the next step in their growth, because you're right. Losing 2 coordinators is something that even the most talented team couldn't overcome. Look at the Eagles last year. The Eagles have a lot of talent too, but whether they lose both coordinators in an offseason, their defense falls off a cliff and their offense is not nearly as good. This year, their defense is great again. It took a second year of it in that system with Vic Fangio now going over after all the drama they had last year. And the offense, same kind of thing. Like, it took them a little while to get going. A lot of that's Saquon Barkley, obviously, but like, they still have the talent to be there. And while Kellen Moore is not anything great as an offensive coordinator, he's still a lot better than what they had last year. But in the Lions case, yeah, they're going to have to replace those guys very quickly, and they need to figure out some depth, because you see that stars don't always have to win those games. It's these secondary pieces, and that's what Washington had in this game. Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels, but combination of 2 of them were getting these lesser receivers wide open. They were wide open. De'Ami Brown, Jamison Crowder, who's like 33 years old or whatever he is. He was wide open a lot of time. You were talking about before. He's having a revelation year. He had one good half a season with Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona, and they brought him over, carried over the same effect. He's having a top 10 tight end year, and he was wide open in the end zone a lot. And that kind of thing doesn't happen with just Jaden Daniels improvisation, but also great coaching. And the Lions have to take that next step on the offensive side of the ball if they want to get anywhere in this league. The defense, they're all hurt. I mean, eventually it was going to catch up to them, but they didn't tackle very well either. The Lions tackling was very bad, especially against the pass catching running backs too. They've always struggled against mobile quarterbacks. We knew that was a weakness coming in, but they could not tackle to save their life.
Yeah, no, we talked about that. That was going to be one thing that we kind of hit on before this game even happened was how they're going to handle a mobile quarterback and what he did. And he did improvise very, very well. And this is things that we've said on this. It's like he's wise beyond his years, and I think that comes with the coaching and how he has progressed in the game of understanding what the defense is bringing and the pressure and how they're going to schematically be able to try to play him down in his athletic mobility. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just it was going to catch up the Lions. Yes, they had a great year. They're great coached, but injuries and all the other stuff. And Jamar Gibbs is a stud, by the way. I mean, the guy's just an absolute stud. St. Brown's going to get his all the time. And I think it's just they're going to need to, like you said, continue to get depth because you can have studs, but you got to have some duds that step up too, because this is not an individual game. You're going to have other guys too, where they're names that you don't recognize, where they step up. The guys on the front five, defensive guys that step up because injuries happen. They do that. So there's your studs, but you have to have the other pieces of it to get you to where you want to go.
And Jameson Williams had 1 catch for 19 yards. That's not going to get it done. If he's your number 2, and he's had a sensational year when he came back and he's been up and down. This is a guy that is so explosive. When you only have 1 reception for 19 yards, how does that help your team? That is a big problem. They didn't have any secondary offense. If it wasn't for St. Brown or Jahmyr Gibbs, and Sam Laporta had 6 receptions for 51 yards and a touchdown, but he didn't have one of those big years. Sam Laporta was an all-world tight end last year, his freshman year. His second year, his sophomore year, sophomore bust. I drafted him in the 3rd round. I thought he was going to have even a better year. He just didn't have it this year. Now, that doesn't mean he's not going to figure out next year. We'll see what they do as the offensive coordinator comes in, because it's not going to be Ben, and there's not going to be, obviously, Aaron Glenn. He's going possibly to the Jets. It seems like that's the rumor, and the rumors are probably going to be broken in the next 24 hours. We're going to hear that Aaron Glenn is going to be the next head coach of the New York Jets because he came in for a second interview, and the Jets are not going to let him leave to go to the Saints, which he is going for his second one. So it seems like Aaron Glenn is the next head coach for the New York Jets. Well, he was a Jet. So there's a lot of questions where this team is going to go. But again, it's really the secondary offense that they're going to need. Do they trade David Montgomery in the offseason? They still have control of him for, I think, one more year. Maybe David Montgomery is a guy that they'll get a 4th-round draft pick. There are other teams looking for a running back. Maybe the Cowboys, if they can't get the guy that they want in the 1st or 2nd round. There are teams that need prolific or even good running backs. I think David Montgomery is a starting running back. I think the Bears are wondering why they didn't give him an extension, and they went with Swift. Now, but I think Ben Johnson's going to figure things out over there. We'll hope. We've seen Mike Nagy go over there for a little while. This guy was the next big thing with Andy Reid, and then he goes over there and chokes with Mitchell Trubisky. And where's Mitch? He's backing up, a.k.a. Buffalo Bills huge superstar in Josh Allen. So we all understand where quarterbacks go after they get drafted. They usually get, they usually dig a hole and they bury themselves, as we've seen Mitchell Trubisky done many, many times. So I just think there was a lot of questions with Jared Goff. He forced the ball in very weird areas during the game. I was wondering where he was throwing the ball. 3 interceptions is not going to get it done, especially in a playoff game against a defense that has been absolutely incredible. I'll say whatever I want during the show, but I give Dan Quinn all the credit in the world. When you look at this team at the trade deadline, I'll say it over and over and over again. They gave up their 3 best defensive players. Now, they did make a move at the trade deadline that helped out in their secondary. They did. But besides that, they did not go into the season where you said, oh, my God, this is going to be a world-beating defense, and this team is going to find a way to get at their quarterback and put pressure on him. Well, ladies and gentlemen, anybody that thought that and thought Dan Quinn wasn't going to figure it out, he did. And the Legion of Boom that everybody keeps talking about, the Legion of Boom was Dan Quinn. Get that through your head, guys. The guy that led that Legion of Boom, that was Dan Quinn. So for all you guys that question, this guy went to a Super Bowl with Atlanta. Atlanta gave up on him too quick. That's Kyle Shanahan's fault. But nevertheless, and yes, Owen, it was Kyle Shanahan's fault. Nevertheless, I've been so impressed with the Washington Commanders. Very well done by Dan Quinn. Whatever happens against Philadelphia in Philadelphia, whatever happens, this has been an unbelievable season for a team that is going to be a team that you're going to want to watch for many, many years to come. Jaden Daniels is going to be fun to watch. He is the next Lamar Jackson. There's no question that he is. I would have loved to see Lamar versus Jaden Daniels in a Super Bowl, maybe one time. That would be fun to watch. Two running quarterbacks that can run and throw the ball and make every single throw. I have been so impressed with this kid. I wouldn't be surprised if they beat the Eagles. I'm not going to say they will, but I wouldn't be surprised if this guy heads to the Super Bowl. And probably he would, if I'm not mistaken, he's the first rookie to take his team all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, rookie, and then the 6th seed too, which the 6th seed hasn't been done since the Packers when Aaron Rodgers was when they won their Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. And so there's a lot going on to them, and all that has to do with coaching as well, and making even these lesser defensive players the same kind of thing. And Dan Quinn deserves a lot of credit for that. Josh in our comment section said Bobby Wagner signing was huge. Yeah, rebirthing him. He had 2 bad years with the Rams in a row. Everyone thought he was done. Frankie Louvu, who was good with the Jets at the beginning of his career, then he's bumped around many different teams. And
who coached Wagner? Who coached Wagner in Seattle? Dan Quinn.
Yep.
Okay. So who was going to get the most out of Bobby Wagner?
Yep.
Dan Quinn.
Exactly. And he's done that with defensive draft picks as well. We remember last year we were talking at the end of the season about Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen both like fighting with the coaches on the sidelines. We thought one of them was going to request a trade. Then they draft another defensive tackle, so one of them was going to be traded. And they played great in that game. And they found out the biggest weakness of Jared Goff: interior rush pressure, and they forced him into a lot of bad throws.
Jared Goff made a lot of mistakes.
Yes,
and it's unfortunate it happens in the biggest game of his career, and could have taken the Lions all the way to the Super Bowl, because if they matched up against the Eagles, it would have been a good matchup. I think it's a good matchup for them. But now Philadelphia and Washington, obviously these two teams know each other. They've played each other twice this year. They're 1-1 against one another. And they're going to Philadelphia, where the crowd's going to be loud. It's going to be cold. But guess what? It was loud in a dome in Detroit.
Right.
Probably the loudest crowd in all of football in a dome.
In prime time, too.
Yeah, on prime time. And Jaden Daniels didn't care. So it was incredible. The Eagles and the Rams, baby. That game was incredible. That game, it was all Saquon Barkley. That was all Saquon Barkley. For all you Giant fans that were watching it, all you Giant fans that were watching that game, Saquon put his dial and took it to another level. That guy, I don't know if anybody watched the sidelines after the game and they were putting up posts of videos on TikTok, what the players were saying to him. You're the best player in the league. No question, the best player I've ever seen. This guy could go down as one of the more underrated players we've ever seen at the running back position. If there's anything, and I'll say it again, if there's anything close to Barry Sanders, it's this man. That was in the snow. That was in the snow. This guy was shooting and stopping on a dime and finding a hole. This guy.
But underrated, how so?
Underrated when people are comparing some of the greatest running backs of all time. Nobody's going to put Saquon Barkley there unless he wins a Super Bowl. And even if he won a Super Bowl, are they going to put him with Barry Sanders? Barry Sanders never won a Super Bowl. Are they going to put him with a guy like Peyton? Or are they going to put him with a Brown or one of those guys, or any one of the guys that we talk about as some of the best running backs of all time? I think what Saquon has done this year really stamps him as one of the great running backs of the last 15 years. And I'm going to tell you this right now. You're going to look at his numbers. Well, he's been up here and down here. This guy, when healthy, he's unstoppable. He's as unstoppable as a running back I have ever seen. And this is coming from a guy that couldn't stand him on the Giants. I knew he grew up a Jet fan. I know he's on the Eagles, a team that I root for. He has been, and again, the Giants underrated him, because if they didn't underrate him and they gave him the contract that he wanted, maybe he's doing this for the Giants. Maybe the Giants make the playoffs. And I'm going to tell you this, all the Giant fans are saying, how many wins would have gotten with Saquon Barkley? I don't know. When Saquon was in the lineup, they were pretty damn good. Daniel Jones got an extra contract because of Saquon Barkley. Go look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. The Giants win when Saquon Barkley was in the lineup, when he was a healthy player. Go look at the Eagles record. Go look at what he was doing when he gets over 100 yards this year. They had one of the best seasons in Eagles history. Why? Because of this man. This guy could have broken the record. He should have broken Eric Dickerson's record, but he decided to sit out in the final game to get healthy, even though he definitely wanted to. And it wasn't just because of him. His offensive line, which was incredible all season long, and I'm going to give his offensive line a little bit of credit too. His offensive line was incredible in that game. And by the way, the Rams defense, I got to give them a lot of credit.
Yeah.
For all the crazy stuff that was going on all week, Turner talking, Verse talking, all these other guys. They put up, man. Verse had 2 sacks in the game. I mean, Turner had a sack in the game. Everybody, Fisk got hurt early in the game, but I think he got his sack in the game. I mean, that was a big loss for them. The Rams played great, and Matthew Stafford is a Hall of Famer. No question. 26 for 44, 324 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He was fun to watch. He really was. He was better than Hurts. Hurts was not healthy. He got hurt. He fell. Obviously, he twisted his. I don't know how bad it is. Maybe he tore something. We'll never know until the season's over. If it ends on Sunday, it maybe Hurts really does have a torn ACL or MCL. Nobody's gonna know. But Jalen Hurts was not good. He was not good. 15 for 20, 128 yards, no touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He was not good, guys. They couldn't even do anything with him offensively. It was all Saquon Barkley. And
I mean, he did score and still had 70 yards on the ground.
He had
some good carries.
He had 70 yards on the ground early in the game.
Right.
And then as soon as he got hurt in the late second quarter, going into the third quarter, he was doing nothing. He was gone.
But Fisk getting hurt early in the game, too, is a huge aspect that kind of allowed him early in the first half to be able to do that. And then, to allow them to focus on Verse and not have that aspect to where Saquon could go on and still get his 200 yards.
Yeah, and also they have to run blitz a lot or pass blitz a lot more to alleviate for that Fisk being out, because Fisk gets the interior pressure in the one-on-one battles on his own, and because of that, they had to alleviate more to be able to have that. That's why Saquon had a lot more open lanes.
They also shift Verse. They did shift Verse into the middle. They used Verse as more of a run-stopping guy, and he did. When they did, but they had to use him on the outside because they didn't get any outside presence on when they needed him to be. So. And that's why Verse is so versatile. I mean, it's funny, versatile, but he was incredible in the game. He spoke a lot. He drew Saquon Barkley. When Saquon ran his first touchdown and he knew it was Verse behind him, he looked back and he was talking crap. He knew it was Verse, and then Verse pushed him out, and then he was talking crap. I love that because that shows competitiveness. Whatever you want to say, that's what makes the game so fun to watch. It's the competitive nature. And Saquon won that battle. He did win the battle. And I'm going to tell you this. He is underrated because nobody, when you talk about Christian McCaffrey, everybody was blowing up Christian McCaffrey, what Christian McCaffrey has done over the last couple of years when he went to the 49ers. Everybody keeps saying, well, Saquon, yeah, he's good, but he's not Christian McCaffrey good. What, really? I don't know. Christian McCaffrey hasn't put up numbers like this, and Christian McCaffrey is not that type of runner. This guy is so fun to watch. He's just exciting to watch, and I'm not trying to burst his bubble. If he does that again against Washington, and Washington's going to have problems stopping him, they did in the first game, actually both games, watch out. Saquon could put up 250 yards in a game against in this game against Washington. They got to stop Saquon. If they stop Saquon, they stop this offense.
Yep, and that's the problem with that the Eagles are going to have to adjust to, because like I was saying with the Texans, I thought the Rams coaching staff did a very good job in terms of schematically, defensively and offensively out coaching the Eagles for the most part. And just Saquon Barkley was just so good and the offensive line, like you were saying, was good enough in run blocking to make that kind of thing work, because the rest of the offense was very inefficient. Jabba, you were talking about Jalen Hurts running. Yes, that was a good matchup advantage that they had, but besides that, it was very inefficient. They took a lot of penalties in that game, and there were some bad calls too. I think the refs are definitely still favoritism to the Rams. They've been for a while too, but like the Eagles got some bad calls against them too. The thing was with the Eagles defense coaching wise, they did a good job taking away Puka Nacua most of the game, and I think that was a big thing that slowed the Rams down. Kyron Williams had a good game, but he was kind of inefficient too, and I think that was the main difference in terms of the Rams offense getting going from a flow standpoint. But coaching wise, the Rams did everything they needed to game plan against them, and just Saquon Barkley's just that big of a monster.
Yeah, I don't think there's no stopping Saquon at this point, anyways, especially in this year of what he's done and maybe the confidence level. Obviously, his offensive line is a huge part of that. But I also think it's what he believes, and it's like you can't stop me. Like him running to the end zone, tapping his head is like you can't like this is on my head. Like I'm gonna beat you, and this is what's gonna happen. And he's proven it. Those aren't fun conditions to play in. Like those aren't fun. We saw a lot of dudes, slip fall where wasn't a terrible pass, made it look worse because obviously, with the conditions and whatever. But that is part of it. We all play in it. And, you can't put that excuse on that. But him still, like you said, Errol, and, being able to cut and do those things and that just shows you how good he is. And he's 100% has that mindset of like, I'm putting you guys on my back, you're on my head. Like, we're going to win this one way or another, and I'm going to do everything I can. And it's obviously been proven. And I think Jalen will be a big key. Like, during his interview, he's like, we'll focus on this one. We'll see what happens. We'll see how my knee is. Because, I mean, who knows? You got adrenaline. You probably got a Toradol shot. You probably got something else going in there. But it's going to take him having to be carried off that field to not compete and do that. And then, obviously having a guy behind you where you don't necessarily have to feel all the pressure to be that great, knowing that you are the quarterback, you are the leader, but then you have that guy behind you. Pretty easy.
Yeah. And again, I'm interested to see how healthy Jalen Hurts is. It's going to be a big question moving forward. We'll find out more on Thursday. Where he is, and I think he is going to play, but how good is he going to be against Jaden Daniels, who, if he has another one of those days, I could see Washington going to a Super Bowl for the first time in how long? I mean,
91.
91. I mean, who would have thought that Jaden Daniels, his first year, putting up those numbers? The Ravens and the Bills. Josh Allen did not have a great day. 16 for 22, 127 yards. He did not put up those numbers, but boy, oh boy, when Josh Allen needs to make a play, he did. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Now, numbers don't really grab at you and it doesn't really stick to you. I do believe that Josh Allen's going to have to do better than this in Kansas City if they expect to go to a Super Bowl. I expect him to do a lot better. James Cook, I thought was going to have a better day. He didn't. I thought it was the snow had a lot to do with it. There's no question that it did. But I think it was a battle of the defenses. It really was. And what defense was going to make the most plays? And the Bills defense made the more plays in the game than the Ravens did. This isn't the same Ravens team they once were. And I got to give a lot of credit to guys like Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, okay, let's be honest. Lamar Jackson played his heart out. He played his heart out. He did throw an interception, but he played his heart out. 18 for 25, 254 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He got the touchdown. And Mark Andrews dropped that 2-point conversion. That cost them probably going to overtime and maybe winning the game. Who knows what could have happened? Stuff happens like that. And Lamar did everything he can to keep his team in the game. And again, things just have to fall the right way. I mean, watch the kickers all throughout the week. And how many kicks did we miss in all the games? I mean, there were a ton of them. So there are going to be mistakes, but you got to revive your team and you got to find a way for your team, game in and game out to find a way to make your team better. And Derrick Henry had a good day, 16 carries, 84 yards, 1 touchdown, not enough. It wasn't the battle of the running backs like we thought it was. It was really who was going to make the mistakes and what defense was going to show up. It was cold. The ball was hard. We heard a lot of the running backs say it was bouncy, obviously. And, when you hear that, quarterbacks are not going to be able to throw the ball. Josh Allen, who has a great arm, couldn't throw the ball. I mean, look at the bounces that Lamar had to deal with the ball slipping and sliding and all the mistakes. I mean, it was really what defense was going to make the biggest plays, and that was Buffalo. That's the only reason why the game ended 27-25. It was the battle of the defense. It wasn't the game that we expected, like it was going to be back and forth. like the Washington Detroit game, but it was a defensive minded game. And what defense was going to show up in the big times? And that's what happened.
Yeah, and you also look at the game plan that the Bills had for Derrick Henry in the beginning. Derrick Henry had that big third quarter. For the most part, he was inconsistent besides that. And the Bills won the battles on that interior rush on that defensive line, especially. Ed Oliver played very well in that game. Greg Rousseau played very well in that game. And the Ravens offensive line, which lost a couple of pieces in the offseason, definitely got out exposed. And I think Derrick Henry couldn't run up the middle. He started getting it going when they tried to run him to the outside, but that was the main reason I think that the Bills were able to slow them down. Lamar was very good. I think he had some improvisation. He had the turnover. The interception was bad, but the other one was a fumble. That was a bad snap. That's not his fault. And he had some very good throws besides that. But Josh Allen, even though his statistics don't jump off the screen, he was very good at spreading the ball around. We were talking about with Washington, like getting these other guys involved. These Khalil Shakir was a slot receiver type guy. You get Keon Coleman involved, and a bunch of other new no-name guys that weren't on this team last year. It made the Ravens keep guessing, and James Cook got it going in the second half. I think that was a big key. So Josh Allen, even though the numbers jumping out, I think he was smarter in this game, and that's still going to be a big key. The numbers will come eventually for him, and third down. Big conversions for him, fourth down and short yardage situations. He was running very well, and that defense was still very, very good.
I think it just shows you the dynamic of both of those quarterbacks, right? And how Lamar can always improvise. Josh Allen is one of those guys, when you meet him in person, is way bigger than you think he is. And him, just in his leadership and the understanding of if one thing's not working, I have to do something. And I think that goes, I mean, obviously Saquon is obviously an absolute monster, but with what Josh Allen does as being, the commander in chief, let's say it that way, and how, he can go pick up a run and he can run through you. He ain't sliding. You better come get me. And that's his mentality and the understanding of what he is capable of doing. And I think with his maturity, as he has grown into being an MVP candidate and leading these teams, is understanding, like, if one thing's not working, okay, I need to do something else. And I really think, as he's matured, I think that's been a big part of what has made him be not good, but great, and set him apart from those guys. Because the elite quarterbacks, we've seen that. And that's what they do. They improvise. They understand if it's not going this way, we're going to go another way, and we're going to make it work because, you know what, I'm going to make sure it does. And he's just a great leader in all facets of what he does.
I love Josh Allen. I do believe Saquon Barkley is the MVP. I think he proved it in the divisional game. They're not going to give it to him. They're going to give it to the quarterback. It's either Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. It's going to be one or the other. Lamar has better numbers, but they're going to give it to Josh, I do believe, because Josh has never won it. And he's just that temperament, the type of player that he is. I think he deserves it. He's going to get the opportunity to win it this year. I think it's Josh Allen's to win. There's no question. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports that the Bears have hired Ben Johnson to be their next head coach. Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that the deal will be more than $13 per year. The most ever by a rookie head coach. Johnson's salary is seventh highest of any coach in the NFL right now, making him more than John Harbaugh. Well, reports say that the Bears were always the job Johnson was holding out for last year when he didn't take a head coaching job. Johnson was also a finalist for the Jaguars and Raiders head coaching job, but didn't go there because he didn't trust their organization structure. Since Johnson took over for the Lions full-time offensive coordinator duties in 2022, Jared Goff leads the league in passing yards. This season, the Lions led the NFL with 33.2 points per game and had the most 40-point games without any turnovers in the NFL. Same thing with Mike Nagy, if you remember. The numbers were just absolutely booming after, other people said that this guy was the next big thing. We'll see what Ben Johnson's going to be. I like Ben. I don't like that he demands he wants the most money. He came out last year, he wants 15 or more. If he was going to take any of the jobs, nobody wanted to give it to him. So he decided to go back as an offensive coordinator. I do believe he wanted the Bears job. Why? Caleb Williams is a young quarterback. I think he can do a lot with Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams had a great year. Jaden Daniels and him were neck and neck when you look at their numbers. They were very close to one another. Jaden Daniels obviously made it to the playoffs. He also plays in an easier division. The Bears are playing with Minnesota. We're going to have, obviously, our friend Pete Bercich on in just a few moments. So you saw what Sam did it and O'Connell and the numbers they put up. You have the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love and so on and so on, and the Lions, obviously. So Ben Johnson going to the Bears. He gets to play his team twice in a year, so that'll be interesting. He knows Dan Campbell, so this will be a battle of the two minds. I like this move for the Chicago Bears. I like Chicago. I think they have a good young defense. They have a good offensive line. They have a quarterback. They have offensive weapons, boy, all over the court, all over the field now. And now you have a guy that can gimmick all these different guys, move them in different slants, and play with 4-1, wide receivers. He can play with 3 running backs. We've seen him do it all with the Lions. So I think it's a perfect fit. Does he deserve $13 million? I do not believe he deserves $13 million, but that's what he was going to get because he's demanding it, and hopefully his numbers will show it over there in Chicago, because if it doesn't, he is going to be there for maybe 2 years or 3 years, because you know what ownership likes to do. They like to toss away coaches and feed them to the dogs.
Yep, and I think maybe they had to pay that extra in order to insure him, because the Bears have had that kind of reputation of doing that with coaches, but they needed somebody that could work with a quarterback after all these coaches in the past have not been able to work with quarterbacks. And you mentioned it, like schematically speaking, he could play so many different types of offense. It's not like, okay, this guy's a direct disciple of Sean McVay, so he's going to run a 3-receiver type offense like you saw in Cincinnati or some of the other teams that they made it work. This is a guy that can run many different types of offenses, and the Bears need that kind of thing to get their depth going, because they have stars, but they needed the depth at work. Keenan Allen, Roma Dunes, they weren't great last year. Like you said, their offensive line was a mess. They need other creative concepts into the game to make that kind of thing work. You're right. Their defense still has talent. Might be a fall off a little with a different coach, but it's a team that should not have won 5 games last year. They should have at least won 8 or 9 games. And I think Ben Johnson, he's waiting for that kind of opportunity. So I think obviously him getting what we said is the best head coaching job available with the young talent, with the talent that they do have. It's a great fit, I think, for them. And if they still can't do it with the trend of the modern NFL, yeah, the Bears might have an offense quarterback problem with everything.
Well, yeah, and I think too is like making that amount of money. What do you think as a coach? Has he proven to get that amount of money? That's the kind of thing that I was wondering. And when he already said he wanted 15, and I'm like, well, what have you? I mean, obviously he's an OC, but now you are the leader of the entire organization, and what have you done to derive or to deserve that money with what you have in the talent, and how have you shown that you can do that? Because you really haven't done it all the way around. And then I guess that's the chance you take on a guy like that has shown what he can do on the offensive side. But are you going to put the right people around you with the personnel that you have to make you worth that $13 million?
Oh, it's going to be interesting. I'm interested to see how he's going to build this team. They have a lot of draft stock, so it'll be interesting how he is going to be in that room and saying, I want that guy. I want that guy. He's going to fit my offense, because Roma Dunze he was not being used right now this year. Roma Dunze is one of the more talented wide receivers we've seen come out of the draft. He wasn't used. And I'll say this. A lot of these wide receivers that we've seen in the last couple of years have not been used right. I'm interested to see how Ben Johnson uses them, because he definitely didn't use Williams in that divisional game. Williams only had 1 catch for 19 yards. Not enough to go on and move on. Maybe he doesn't get the Bears job. If the Bears waited, he goes to the NFC title game. Maybe the Bears don't wait. Maybe they sign Mike McCarthy. Maybe Ben Johnson goes back another year. We all know Aaron Glenn looks like he's going to take the job. One of those guys we're going to go no matter what. Now both of them are gone. Now I'm interested to see how Detroit works it in the offseason. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will do golf clap after Pete Bercich. He's been waiting patiently. We will be talking to former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings radio broadcaster. He's been there for a long, long time. We love him, Pete Bercich. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Well, all right. Welcome back. To start off with some NFL, the Patriots are actually going to be signing Josh McDaniels as their offensive coordinator yet again. So huge surprise there. McDaniels is now joining Mike Vrabel's coaching staff and marking his third stint as the offensive coordinator with the Patriots. And for some news over in Philadelphia, the Eagles announced that cornerback Quinion Mitchell will be playing in the NFC Championship game against the Commanders after Mitchell actually left the Rams divisional game early with a shoulder injury. The rookie cornerback will be starting this Sunday. And finally, in the NBA, the Suns and the Jazz are actually finalizing a trade, which will see Phoenix sending an unprotected 2031 first-round pick in exchange for Utah's 3 first-round picks. And as the Suns stock up on picks, many think that they could use this as ammo to acquire Jimmy Butler. Now, keeping it with the NBA, 4 scoops to score as the Knicks have a 59-51 lead over the Nets at halftime, while at halftime, the Trailblazers have a 61-55 lead over the Heat. With a minute left to go in the second quarter, the Magic have a 48-42 lead over the Raptors, while in the NHL, the Rangers have a 2-0 lead over the Senators. The Lightning and Canadiens are tied with 2 apiece on the board, while the Flyers have 1-0 over the Red Wings. The Sharks have a 3-1 lead over the Predators, and the Hurricanes and Stars are currently tied with 0 on the board. And that is all I have for you guys right now, so I'm going to kick it back to the boys for their guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I'll give you that one. 631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And this show is brought to you by Ice Shaker, ladies and gentlemen. Founded by former NFL fullback Chris Gronkowski, Ice Shaker was developed with one goal in mind: to help people live an active and healthy lifestyle by providing them with the ultimate drinking vessel for nutrition and hydration needs. Ladies and gentlemen, go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections like Star Wars, Marvel, and much, much more. Enjoy free shipping every $50 or more you spend on iceshaker.com. Go to iceshaker.com and check out all our great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, you can get your ice shakers, including your Jabba in a Mouth ice shaker, by going to www.iceshaker.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't need an ice shaker. He's just shaking away as he's playing his guitar, and I'm drumming, and Speedy's playing the bass guitar. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now talking to former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings radio broadcaster, Pete Bercich. Pete, what's up, buddy?
Not much. It just, everything sounds better when you yell. You know what I mean?
What can I
It's
say,
like,
man?
Yeah, I like it. Keep yelling.
Well, you want me to get a heart attack?
Look at the chew I got in my mouth there when I'm coaching.
You know what's
What was
funny?
what was your dip of choice?
He said, "What is your dip of choice?"
Back then it was red man, and bubblegum.
Ooh, that's what we called a chubble.
Yeah, the chubble. Okay, I like that. I cut my teeth playing baseball, so that's where I started.
Well, you know,
with the tobacco products.
you could put the bubble gum on the back of your guitar if you want to do that. I mean, there's other things that you can do with that. I mean, I like my Bubblicious bubble gum, by the way. It's one of my favorites. I've never done any dipping because, I heard that it causes cancer. When I was a kid, I did taste it one time. My friend used to tell me when I was 17 years old, that was the first time I had Black House. And I'll never forget it. I'll never drink again after Black House. I got sick, and I everybody knows the story. I drank a whole half a bottle of Black House, and then I went to Port Jefferson, New York, and I started acting like a complete idiot. And then they gave me free pizza, and then I found myself sleeping on a bench the next day with no socks, no shoes, and wondering where the hell I was because my friends left me there. So that's why I don't drink, ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to know. Anyways, we're not talking. I'm sure you're probably drinking after what
Well,
happened to your Minnesota Vikings.
I was going to say some of us here don't need to drink. Look at you. I mean, I can't even imagine. I can't imagine this guy on speed or anything like that. You don't need it. You already got it.
Oh, you got passion and you got love and something about sports really gets me crazy, and I'm sure it got you crazy after the wild card game. I mean, watching Sam Darnold, and congratulations to Sam. Sam had a sensational year, well deserved. I mean, this guy is going to be an MVP candidate. I do believe Minnesota should extend him, and they have to decide what they're going to do with McCarthy. Your thoughts to Sam Darnold this year? Do you think they extend him and decide to move on from McCarthy?
That's an interesting question, because I think you get to see what the market demands. I mean, a quarterback who played at the level that Darnold did last year is a very valuable asset, right? And is it worth enough that you can go ahead and franchise him? There's a lot of different levels you can franchise, and I don't know them off the top of my head, but the amount of draft picks or draft compensation, and then the amount of pay changes where the averages go. One's the average of the top 5, one's the average of the top 10, blah, blah, blah. You go ahead and franchise them, and if somebody else wants them, which somebody may, right? Somebody may be willing to give up all that for a quarterback, then at least you get some draft compensation in a year where we have 1 first-round pick and then 2 fifth-round picks. That's it. 3 draft picks for the entire draft. So, excuse me, not a lot of draft capital on the Vikings end. And then you have Daniel Jones, who, if someone may bite, someone may pay him a lot of money, or the Vikings can try to do or replicate what they did last year with Darnold, with Daniel Jones. I mean, I think we're the home of wayward New Jersey quarterbacks, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. We just keep taking these quarterbacks from these New Jersey teams and turning them into MVP
What's
types.
your loss? You could have them too.
Stop breaking, Keith. Stop breaking, okay? You make me sick, okay? You like to pick on my Jets, and now you're gonna attack New York quarterbacks and say, "Oh, well, he goes to O'Connell, and O'Connell figures it out."
Maybe if Aaron Rodgers demands his way out of the Jets,
Thanks,
you could
Pete.
trade Sam Darnold back there.
Yeah, maybe we can do that. I mean, it's of course, I'm just giving you a hard time, but I think that over the last 3 seasons, the Vikings have learned a little bit, and especially with Kevin O'Connell. I mean, you start with Cousins, had a good year, make it to the playoffs, lose to the Giants. The following year, Cousins gets hurt, so you're kind of stuck with just a rotating door at the quarterback position. And I think during that time, with Josh, I can't remember his last name, the Pastronaut, off the top of my head, I apologize, Josh Dobbs.
Yeah.
I think he learned a lot of how to manage a quarterback, because he's the head coach, the play caller, to manage the quarterback during the game while the microphone is on, doing a number of things for him. And I think that what he learned that year, getting guys, it seemed like every other week we'd have somebody new in there, but getting different guys ready, and then applying that this year to Darnold, and the results that we got out of Darnold, it's a good process. And obviously Kevin O'Connell just got a contract extension, which I think is also a good thing for the team, because the quarterback position is in all of sports, it's the hardest position to play, and you got to have it. And even though there are 32 teams in the NFL, how many of them are happy with their quarterback play right now? I mean, we could say 15, 16, 20, half or
Not
to
even.
3/4,
Not even.
so they give him an extension there, and I think it's the right thing to do, right? He's the right guy for the right right position. The Wilf family, the ownership, Wilf family loves what he's done as far as creating an environment, how he goes about his business. He's the anti-Bill Parcells kind of a guy. You know what I mean? And they enjoy that. And then I think conversely, the next big thing for the Vikings is whether or not Brian Flores sticks around. I haven't heard of him getting any whips or anything going from an interview standpoint, but Brian Flores is a huge part of the success of this team. And the unique part with Flores is he does so much with so little, and by so little I mean cap space. His ability to find defensive players. We swapped Daniil Hunter for Jonathan Grenard, and Jonathan Grenard, they both had great seasons, but I think Grenard fits what Flores wants to do. Andrew Van Ginkel, nobody had heard of him. Maybe a handful of people have, but he had second team All Pro type season. So the system fits the personnel that we have, and that's what Flores is able to do. Blake Cashman,
that's a legend.
He was with the Texans, and he comes out this year and just has a fantastic season as well. So and then you got Ivan Pace, who's an undrafted free agent linebacker. I mean, and then the defensive backfield was really made up of retreads and guys that, I say retreads in the nicest way, but just veteran guys who so we'll probably see a lot of turnover in the back end of our defense, but keeping O'Connell and Flores together, I think they're a good duo. And I think for the Vikings, it's we've got some holes to fill. We got some things we got to work on, but I think it exceeded all expectations. No question about that with this season.
Yeah. So is there a set market value? Like Darnold, I think the projection was 40 a year that we were talking about last week. Is there like a limit to how much you would pay him if you do try to extend him?
I don't know. I haven't heard of anything. I don't follow contracts per se and what it's going to take, to keep him, what's going to take, and is it worth it, that kind of thing.
If they franchise him, it's $40 million. Did you hear about that? If they franchise him, it's $40 million.
Yeah. And then again, that's going to be the average of either the top 5 or the top 10 at his position, based on the league, which that's tough because the top 10 quarterbacks are making a lot of do-re-mi. So, but it may be worth it if it allows you to get compensation if somebody else wants to take them. It's a good problem. It's a good problem to have. And if he just walks away, then you can move on to the next one. And then behind all of this, you made the commitment to draft JJ McCarthy, number 9 I think it was number 9 overall. So he's obviously the future, and time to get him working. And that's another reason why it's good to see O'Connell's going to be around for the next couple of years, because at least JJ McCarthy is going to hear the same voice and be in the same system for the next few years to come. So you're going to get the most, I think, out of a young quarterback that you possibly can.
So you think the consistency and whatever, like, what do you think was lacking this year? Like, obviously, I became a Vikings fan because of one of my son's best friend's dad turned me into a Vikings fan. So I've obviously watched them a lot more than I ever used to. What do you think with the talent that they had on the field and the kind of year, Sam? What do you think was lacking on the fact of them not getting to where they want to be?
I think it's kind of a combo platter. I mean, we'll stick with the offense, because I think the offense, is what really fell off toward the end of the season. You had 2 games where you scored 1 touchdown, right? In the course of 2 games, you run across a Detroit Lion team that wanted to be physical, play a lot of man-to-man, and then the protection of the quarterback. And I think for Darnold, I mean, he was sacked 55, 57 times, somewhere in there this season. And any quarterback that gets sacked that many times, there's going to be some residual effects. And I think by the end of the, especially by the playoff game where he was sacked, I believe 9 times, right? He was sacked 9 times in one game. It's just a matter of seeing the rush and not seeing what's going on down the field. And so protecting him better is and protecting that position better is very, very important. Now, how do you protect the quarterback better? Well, some of it's the offensive line and who you have there. Some of it's play calling, running the football more often, 3-step drops, quicker passing game. It's very hard to get to Stafford because he doesn't sit in the pocket very long. The ball's coming out so quickly. A mobile quarterback, a guy who can avoid the rush. Excuse me. All those things kind of help. So packaging that all together in a way for McCarthy to be able to handle that, and how that's going to look, we don't know. But you can't. I just don't think a quarterback can sustain an entire season with being hit that many times. And ultimately, I kind of think that was the undoing, for Darnold.
We are talking to former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings broadcaster, Pete Bercich. We know him. He's been on our show quite a few times. We've always had a lot of fun with him. It's interesting. You mentioned Darnold. You mentioned, obviously, all these different quarterbacks that they've brought in over the years. But you brought up Brian Flores. And Brian Flores obviously was interviewing for a job. We all know that mishap over there in Miami. Do you believe some of the reasons why maybe Brian Flores is not going to get one of these big jobs? Because I thought he was my number one guy out of all the different guys that were going to be available. He was my guy. He was my number one guy out of all of them. Why is he not getting a job? I mean, are the GMs or maybe ownership not wanting to deal with some of the stuff that he does on and off the field over the last couple of years that we've seen what he did in Miami?
Well, I mean, that would have to be it, right? Because I don't think there's any other part of him or his game or what he does that would elicit some type of concern or worry, so to speak. I mean, he's a defensive coordinator, which in this league of offense, I don't know if that's helping him out. You know what I mean in that regard. But being around him, talking to the players, he's absolutely head coaching material and should be, and I hope will be again. I get asked that a lot out of the Chicago stations where before they decided to go and stick with hire Johnson was just with Flores. But do you have any concerns off the field or personality wise? It's like, no, not at all. He's different in that he's pretty hardcore. He's hardcore, but he doesn't care about the name on the back of the jersey. He just puts people, puts whoever's out there. He's not a super empathetic kind of guy. He's just a guy that wants to get things done. And so in this day and age, some people don't like it. I mean, I would think the lawfare that's going on in Miami is affecting him a lot more than what one quarterback said about him. I would hope that, right? I mean, what Tua had to say, it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. That's just your version. Maybe, maybe he was trying to give you a good kick in the, try to get you moving. It's not like everybody's just going to pat you on the back and tell you how great you are. And hopefully one day you'll walk on the field and be there. So, yeah, I think those questions, it's a very competitive landscape, right? There are a lot of guys who are qualified to be head coach. And it doesn't take much. I don't think it takes much to have a team look in a different direction. I think ultimately that's kind of the big thing right now is just that there are a lot of options out there for head coaching.
I just thought there was not a lot of options. I really didn't. I mean, if you look at what everybody, if you look at Ben Johnson goes to Chicago. Aaron Glenn looks like he's going to the Jets. I think Brian Flores has been the best defensive coordinator this year for what he has. Like you said, he had barely anything. The secondary, I mean, he has Smith, he's an older player. There was nothing out there that I thought that the Vikings, should be one of the better defenses. It's been very impressive. And this is the same thing that happened to Eric Bieniemy. Eric Bieniemy, I thought, was one of the best offensive minds. Go look at their numbers. Ever since Bieniemy left, and he went to USC, even though he got fired this year, Eric Bieniemy and his numbers in the 2 years that he was there, they've had the best numbers. Patrick Mahomes has not been the same quarterback since he's left.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, what do you, you know? And Bieniemy was a running back coach up with the Vikings. I know that, but I think, you know, I don't know if personality wise they're kind of similar. Bieniemy is a very, you know, black and white, hardcore, get it done type of a guy, and like Flores is kind of the same way. But I just think with the offensive push that we're seeing in the league and the need to figure out the quarterback position, you know, you look at like kind of what the Bears did this year, right? They stuck with Eberflus, a defensive minded guy, and that was just a complete disaster on the other side of the football. So, you know, for anybody, especially a guy like Flores, who he hires as an offensive coordinator or would hire as an offensive coordinator, is a big question. And you know, I don't know. I'm not in those rooms, man. I'm not dealing with these GMs. I scratch my head at it, right? 'Cause it seems kind of obvious for us looking at it. There's a guy with a proven track record. He had you know, a very, very good defense, top 10 in most regards, with not a lot of money being spent. And for an owner, you would think that would be super appealing. I mean, here's a guy. It's not quite Moneyball, but here's a guy who's getting the absolute most out of the guys that he has. He knows exactly who he wants, and because his system allows for, you know, guys with differing sets of talent, or guys that are you know, that flexibility is their big asset. He could save you some dough, and to me that's very appealing. So I don't know, we'll see.
I want to deviate away from this current Vikings team. I want to go to the past because our executive producer Aaron and I were actually looking up something. In 2003, the Vikings had the botched draft pick, and then they ended up getting Kevin Williams later. And you were actually the defensive line coach on that team.
And as I say, we could kind of go through my version of that whole story.
No, I'm
if you would like, because I'll say this: in 2002 was the year that we were late getting the card up to draft Bryant McKinney. Okay. So the card was late to get up there. The following year, if you remember, in 2002, I believe it was Dallas who wanted, I can't remember the name of the player, but some guy that was going to be there. And so they were trying to trade the spot away and everything else. In 2003, we wanted Kevin Williams, and he was the guy that we wanted. He wasn't slated to go in the top 10, 15 because he was kind of a one-year wonder, didn't have a great junior year. So we knew that, my point is I guess they knew that they had some leverage going into it, where we could have traded that pick away. So we were in no hurry to get up there. Now, that on the, you know, from the outside, you're obviously thinking these morons can't get 2 picks in on time 2 years in a row. How can this possibly happen, right? So it didn't look very good. But the what I could tell you is 2003 was what, you know, really that's kind of how we wanted it to go.
Both players are good players, so it turned out to be a good thing. Both McKinney and Kevin Williams.
Kevin was a very, very. You got to listen to him talk about fishing sometime. You know, he's he is the most country, you know, guy you'll ever meet. Just he's a great dude. Great
it sounds
guy.
like it should be Jared Allen. It's Kevin Williams. I should see if both of them were on the same team. I don't think they crossed paths in Minnesota, but that would have been interesting.
Yeah. Could you imagine having a meeting room with Pat Williams and Kevin Williams and Jared Allen? It's like romper room. You know what I mean? Trying to
one of my favorite shows.
Get those 3-4 guys to pay attention to watch film. No way, ain't happening.
Well, there would be a lot of dead animals and fish. I can tell you that.
Nothing with a heartbeat would be safe.
Nothing, not at all. Not even one of us.
Come here. Yeah, no kidding.
What I'm gonna segue a little bit. Obviously, as a Vikings guy and what you've done, and obviously being a Notre Dame guy as well. Little segue. What was your impressions of that game in that first half and second half, and what did you take from that game too?
You talking about the Notre Dame game?
Yeah.
You know what? I did not watch a ton of it. I plan on sitting down and watching it, but life goes on, so I didn't get a chance to see too much of it. It was great to see him go down the field right away and score. And then, you give up, what was it, 31 unanswered points, 28 unanswered points after that. So yeah, I apologize, but I didn't see a ton of that game. I was happy that Notre Dame made it. Hopefully it was. I don't know what the numbers were as far as viewership, because if I'm not mistaken, the viewership for the college playoffs has been down or not quite where they expected or wanted it to be.
Faster, and then I think it got worse over the time, probably because of the span, how long it was.
Yeah, I mean that's something that they're gonna have to figure out. Is it the span? Is it the fact they're playing on Fridays and things like that? If that's making a big difference, I don't know. But yeah, it was good. I mean, it's great for Notre Dame, right? I know they do NIL a little bit differently, which I like. The NIL landscape is absolutely batty. It's unbelievable, with college teams having payrolls of in the 20 some $20 million for your college team.
And we're talking teenagers.
Yeah, the college game, it's not sustainable. I don't think it can continue the way it is. Revenue sharing is right around the corner, but the revenue sharing will be nowhere near the payout that NIL has been for these guys. And I don't know. It'll be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of years with college football.
Well, Riley Leonard's a close friend of the show. He's been on the show since he was in 9th grade. We followed him through Duke. Through Duke, and he's just a great personality, great person.
I'll try to deliver him a pizza too.
Yep, I tried to send him a pizza. He never been to New York. He never been to New York, and he actually said, which pissed me off the last time he was on. He was sitting in his dorm and he was hanging out on his bed, and I said, "Hey, Riley," I said, "Have you ever gotten a chance to come to New York?" And he said, "Yeah, I was there for 24 hours." I said, "Why the hell did you not call us?" And he says, "We weren't even supposed to be there. We went there. I would have called you guys if I was there for 48 or 72 hours." He said he had a chance to eat New York pizza. He says it's great, but Riley's a good personality. I'm so surprised of the season that he had with Notre Dame, and Notre Dame is a team that didn't, obviously nobody thought was going to go as far as they did, and it's just great coaching, great opportunity for them. But I want to go back to what's going on right now in the divisional series, Washington and Jaden Daniels. Now, Jaden Daniels, to me, has been so impressive at the quarterback position because this is a rookie. This is a guy that obviously has a ton of pressure. Dan Quinn took over. You bring in Kingsbury. I was very surprised Kingsbury did not get an offer or even got gone for an interview for a coaching job. I think he's one of the best offensive minds right now in the NFL. What do you see? What did you see as a broadcaster, and what have you seen as a player, a linebacker that's playing in the league? What has made this kid so successful so early in his career?
Well, he hasn't made a ton of mistakes, and he hasn't turned the football over a lot. They simplify the game for him, cut the field in half, keep him on the move. His offensive line has done a good job. I think Eckler is a fantastic running back, so they have that threat there as well. But his decision making, I think, has been what's been most impressive. Obviously, you have this kind of a situation with the running game and being able to move him around. But that throw right there, that was the one that I think changed that game quite a bit. But he's smart. He throws the football away when it's not there, right? Which is kind of sometimes frustrating to watch. But sometimes it takes guys a very, very long time to figure that part of the offense out. And he's figured it out very, very quickly. So, I cannot wait to see what he does and what happens this Sunday when they go to Philadelphia. Two teams that know each other very, very well. I know that the Commanders are a little banged up. They lost their guard for the entire season. This one here is just this one for the Bears is such a heartbreaker, right? You know,
what it
what-
Embarrassing.
Hey, let's not forget the fact that Tyreek Stevenson was also taunting fans before the play.
yes, yeah. I was going to say it might be the only play in the history of football where the angle of an iPhone filmed in the end zone might be the absolute best, right, of that play. So the legend grows, right? But Kingsbury, he's kind of gotten a reputation for starting out offensively very, very quickly, and then it just kind of rolls off toward the end of the year. There it is, right there. Tyreek Stevenson, not even paying attention. How about that? And then by the end of the season, just the offense, the production, how many years do we see it in Arizona where they started out on fire, favorites to win the division, and then 12, 13 weeks into it, they're kind of a train wreck. Whereas this year with Kingsbury, he's continued to be good. They have a lot of speed at that at the wide receiver position as well. And as soon as you defensively decide, we're going to take away the run, and you let any of those guys be one-on-one down the field, Daniels can throw a very, very good deep ball. And I think that's another part of his game that's maybe not necessarily underrated, but it's the ability to throw a deep ball accompanied by the ability to scramble and run really puts a defense in a bad spot. Really puts them in a bad spot because you have to commit one way or the other. You have to commit guys deep and let the quarterback move around, or you have to commit guys up front to contain the quarterback, and then you're getting the one-on-ones once plays get extended.
So one of the big themes this year, and obviously a lot of the teams left are in that boat, especially with the Eagles with Saquon Barkley, like the running back contracts, it was a big talking point. Don't pay the running backs in the offseason, stuff like that. And
Right.
Saquon Barkley, that the year he had with the Eagles now is going to be talked about in MVP conversations. Do you think maybe the league is going to shift back more into that, where they're going to get much more appreciated, like both financially speaking and also just team value wise?
Yeah, I think I do. I think what Detroit was able to do this year too, right? I mean, with Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't know if you can. I guess you have. Can you put a price on the ability of a guy to get 4.5 to 5 yards a carry, right? I mean, you're not going to be sitting in 3rd and 7 plus. You're going to be able to win more on 1st and 2nd down, and once you can start running on a team and be explosive in the running game, man, that's a heartbreaker. It's one thing when a guy gets beat and you throw a ball deep and you score a touchdown, but when you hand the ball off to a guy and he splits right through the middle of your defense and is able to put up 6 in the end zone, I think that's a completely different shock to the defense. But the running game does take a lot of pressure off the quarterback, and what it also does is it opens up the play action passing game. You know what I mean? If you look at the Vikings a couple years ago with Kirk Cousins in the backfield, I mean, we were a drop back passing team, and the defense knew that Cousins was going to be in the pocket, so they could run whatever line games they wanted. They could do a lot of different things. They didn't have to worry about the quarterback scrambling, and they weren't necessarily worried about us, running the football per se. So that's a big thing, I think, for the Vikings as well. Aaron Jones, I thought, had a great season. He had, I think it was around 255 carries going into the last game of the year. So a lot more than he did a year ago when he, with Green Bay, if you remember 2 seasons ago and how he finished off Green Bay. So if they bring him back, whether or not they bring him back, it's going to be super important to have somebody else that can take carries off of him. Cam Akers has had 2 Achilles surgeries over the last couple of seasons. He started to gain some steam, but from a draft pick standpoint or finding a free agent, we need to find somebody else that can really run the football, help out the offensive line, just help out, I think, the play action passing game. But the running back, it's the hard part is making a commitment, I think, from a front office standpoint, because those guys get so beat up, right? It's hard to fathom paying a guy that much money over a long period of time, knowing that he probably won't be around for a lot of it just because of injury. And so with Saquon Barkley, it's going to be interesting to see if he can replicate what he did this year, next year, or is this it, right? Is this the year that he empties the tank as a running back and really doesn't replicate what he was able to do this year?
So you think it's more so like having that one big year and the value of what they are, or do you think it's more of like the personnel that's around them as far as, you know, your offensive line and the guys around you and the targets that you have being able to break down a defense, but then open it up too with your slot guys and guys that are able to be able to do that? Do you think that adds value to it?
Yeah, I mean, I think again, it's there's a big difference between a guy who can move the chains for you, maybe make a guy miss and get 10 or 12, and then the guy that can, like Jahmyr Gibbs or Saquon Barkley, who if they get loose up into the secondary, there's a 50-50 chance that this guy's going to light up the scoreboard, right? Because that's how you kill defenses right there. You get him out on the edge. He beats a corner, beats a safety, and then it's a touchdown. So a lot of defenses will be like, okay, between the 20s, we'll let you run the football. Go ahead, run it, be efficient, whatever, and we'll tighten things up in the red zone and make you kick field goals. Well, when you have a running back that has that explosivity to him, it really, like I said before, it puts a defense in a bind. And, that's the reason why the Lions offense has been so good, right? You didn't see a ton of Jared Goff throwing the ball 45 times a game, completing 32 and going for 350, right? It was a very, very good balance between the run and the passing game. And it's so frustrating for a defense when you're playing the run, you're playing it well, and they're still getting 4 or 5 yards of carry. But then again, when one person misses, especially in that third and fourth quarter, if you're winning in that time of possession, you get one or two guys to miss, and then boom, it's 50 yards for a touchdown. So the difference in the running back spot is, in my opinion, just can they turn a good run into a touchdown, right? Can they turn a 20-yard or 15-yard run and take it all the way to the house? And if they can do that, that is so valuable for an offense and so tough on a defense.
Jabba's probably wondering why I have a shine on my head. It's the lighting in the place, and that's the back end with the green screen. But I wanted to wear this.
I was wondering what it was.
It helps distort the Eagles.
It doesn't distort anything. It's the Eagles, baby, and that's all I'm going to give you right here. I'll probably take it off because I'm going to wear it tomorrow. But I just wanted to let you see it, Pete, because
are you jumping ship?
No. Well, anybody that knows,
have you finally given up?
No, I've never given up. I never given up, Pete. I am always going to be a Jet fan, but I grew up a Donovan McNabb fan. So Donovan was my favorite player growing up. So when the Jets never made the playoffs or the Jets screwed up, I rooted for the Eagles. And so I've always rooted for the Eagles if the Jets has nothing to do with the green and
white. Hold
Yes.
on. Who else did Donovan McNabb, who else has he played for?
He's played for quite a few teams.
Oh, he played for the Vikings.
Yes,
yeah.
I know.
Oh,
I'm rooting for the Vikings. The team that drafted him for Syracuse.
Oh, come on. You couldn't have rooted for Sam Darnold.
No, I'm not. I love Sam. By the way, I rooted for Sam this year.
And Daniel Jones.
First of all, I didn't root for Dan.
No, but you always support him.
I support Daniel Jones because I like Dan. And I think Daniel's going to, if he stays over there with the Vikings, he'll figure it out. I think the Giants didn't do him right. I think O'Connell will figure him out. But I think he's got the ability, obviously a mobile quarterback that can throw on the run and use his legs. He's a lot faster than he looks.
Yeah. And let me say this about Daniel Jones. Like, on the hoof, he is a big man.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That is a big man at quarterback. So, his ability to run and short yardage and do some of those other things. He was a bit of a train wreck when it came to throwing and everything, but from a size standpoint, much bigger than Donovan McNabb. That's all I got to say.
No, and that's what I have to say about, the quarterback play is that it's very hard to find quarterbacks. It's very hard to develop a quarterback. We thought Dable was going to develop Daniel Jones. Well, Dable shouldn't even have a job. I don't think to me, Shane and Dable should have been fired. I think obviously the group up there, the executives, and I'm not going to mention any names because we all know who they are. They've made a mistake, but nevertheless, I think Daniel Jones is in a very good spot. Before we let you go, because obviously I know you're a very, very busy guy, and I know you have your own thoughts on what is going on so far this playoff run. In the offseason, we're going into the offseason. First of all, are you going to the Super Bowl, by the way?
No.
Okay.
No, I've never gone. And I've had opportunities to, but it's just like I go to 20 some games a year.
Yeah.
And then, it's just like if I was working in some capacity, I would, I think I would go, but just to go watch, no, it's better. It's better on TV.
We're going to be there, and we're going to be doing our show at Radio Row, so that's why.
Whoa! Congratulations!
Yeah, I would have loved for you to come and then hang out with us and have a little fun. But,
that would have,
yeah. Yeah, well, maybe you think about it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you were down there now, you'd be shoveling snow, right?
Yeah, well,
in his shorts.
Well,
yeah.
Short. Yes, I'm out there. And by the way, I did shovel, and my landlord over here, he probably loves me because I actually did snow shovel in my shorts. I didn't wear flip-flops, guys. I did wear snow boots. But
the heart attack snow.
Yeah, the heart attack.
Did you shovel or snow blow? Was it an actual
shovel?
shovel?
I don't snow blow. I don't do that. I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy. I use the shovel. I swear, I never used the snow shovel.
Well, we have to ask that from Nebraska people too, because there's some that don't believe in snow blowers here either.
Yeah, I don't do that. I listen. It's a good workout. There's no question that it is.
Well, the problem in Nebraska is that you shovel it, and the wind is usually blowing about 40 miles an hour, and it just blows.
True too.
You know what I mean? It just blows right back where you shoveled it.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Appreciate
so have
that,
fun.
Pete. Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much.
Hey, no, it's the same thing in Minnesota. It's the same thing in Chicago.
First of all, you were supposed to invite us to the pregame show, one of the pregame shows. Yeah, that was your mistake.
Errol was supposed to go outside in -7-degree temperatures and in shorts.
That's right.
What pregame show are we discussing? Talking about it?
You were having a conversation a little while ago, and you said that you should come out to Minnesota and hang out with us, and we'll introduce you to the pregame show. Maybe we'll have you, talk a little bit about the Vikings.
Did you come out to Minnesota?
First of all, you never invited us, so I'm pointing my finger at you, Petey.
Okay. All right. So let me go on the record. Let me go on the record and say you're invited to any one of the home games that we have next year. Right now, you figure it out though. Okay, I'm not a travel agent. You guys get your heads together. You guys figure out when you can make it out there. Okay, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'm close, so it's good. I'm close.
Well, you can come up anytime too by yourself without the other two bozos. But if any time that Mole Larry and Curly can make it, we'd love to to have you up there.
Who am I? Am I Curly?
You're Mo. You're Mo all day long.
I'm happy. I like Mo. He's definitely the crazy leader. Oh, there it is.
The band photos are back.
But my last question to you before we let you go, and we'll talk off air. We usually do. Pete, my question for you: who do you have going to the Super Bowl, and who do you have?
I want to see Buffalo go so badly. I don't know if the officials will let that happen. And you know what? And that's a whole nother topic right there with just the officiating and how the issues that I'm seeing cropping up year after, starting to get really bad now with quarterbacks. When they start to throw, they get hit, the ball goes forward and they still rule it a fumble. Why? So they can get the replay, right? If it's close to being a touchdown, they just automatically call it a touchdown, right? So they can do what? Get the replay. We had a face mask call against us on Blake Cashman where there wasn't a flag thrown. and the referees got together, then all of a sudden decided to call a penalty. All right, so it's when people complain. I know everyone's complaining about Kansas City and blah blah blah, but it's like, all right, you got a quarterback who's taking some flops. The officiating's kind of been off the rails. I would. My point is, I would love to see Buffalo, make it and go. And in the NFC, Jalen Hurts didn't look too healthy at the end of that football game. I don't know how he's doing this week, how he's moving. If he's healthy and moving well, I think the Eagles will probably beat Washington. But if Jalen Hurts isn't 100%, then then I think Washington has a chance, and I think it'd be awesome to see Washington play Buffalo in the Super Bowl.
All-time football, my friend. All-time.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kansas City. It's like Kansas City and Philly.
I don't want to see that again.
That would be painful.
And I love Andy Reid. Like I said, I love Andy. I want to see him do well. But I don't want to see him go to the Super Bowl, and I don't want to see the referees and the Swifties dancing around in the press box and Travis Kelce riding off.
Well, I mean, you look at what the Texans did. And I can't remember the defensive end, 56 for Kansas City. He went to Purdue. Karlaftis. And you're watching him beat a running back and a tight end and sack the quarterback. And you're sitting there going, how in God's name do you sit down and say, okay, we're going to block this defensive end with a tight end and a running back, right? I see that. You see it a lot. And it's a head scratcher. It's like you need a line. That's why tackles get paid all that money, because they need to block defensive ends. But then you realize there's Chris Jones. So if they're sliding the line to take care of Chris Jones, and then, Karlaftis is the beneficiary by being blocked by tight ends and running backs, that makes sense. But when Chris Jones, you watch that guy play, and when he wants to be good, he's unstoppable. He's unbelievable, when he turns it on. So I think the Kansas City defense is really, really good. And, Buffalo's going to have a tough time with them. So we'll see.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I'll reach out to you after your Buffalo Bills make it to the Super Bowl. I think but
they can't win though, because if they win one before the Vikings, we're the two teams that are 0-4, right?
That's true.
In the Super Bowl. So if Buffalo does all that, then
shame on you, Vikings. Shame on you.
Maybe it's a sign for the Vikings.
I don't know. I guess I'd rather see that than Kansas City win again.
Well,
you'll have more to talk about, though, Pete. You'll have more to talk about.
That's true. That's very true.
I had the Bills in Philadelphia going to the Super Bowl before the playoffs started. So
show me the ticket, the betting ticket.
What my
show me the ticket.
I don't bet on sports.
No, the Eagles would have been eliminated.
I don't bet on sports.
Okay. Are you on the record saying that though?
Speedy,
yes.
What did I say?
No, he did.
I said Buffalo and Philadelphia. That's what I thought, and that's what I still think. So. And when we go into it, I've explained why, but I'm interested to see what's going to happen. I agree with you. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is 100% healthy, and if he's not
that's
healthy.
that's the only thing that concerns me about if you're a Philly fan, is just I don't know how well he's moving, and even if he's moving well in the beginning, right? It's like you wonder what the deal is with that. So that might be the equalizer for the Commanders.
I would love to see Saquon throw the ball.
I think they might. Maybe, if he plays,
Oh my God! Anyways,
I guess if you play for Johnson with the Bears now, everybody gets to throw the football, right?
And all the offensive linemen have to catch a pass.
Just remember, if you're gonna run trick plays, the guys who are executing them, you have to trust their judgment, right? And so I don't know if Jameson Williams is the guy you want to be running, trick plays with.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
I was just about to say that, or sticking himself in the ass or something like that.
Right.
One of those things. But hey, you know what? Somebody's got to do it, right? If it's not going to be somebody else, it's got to be Jameson Williams. Anyways, we love you, man. We will be in touch.
Well, thanks
for
having me on.
Good work. You've been sensational as always. All the time.
Anytime, man. Anytime. Have fun. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Pete.
And we'll see you next year at a home game.
That's right. I definitely will be there, man.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'll get a Sam Darnold Vikings jersey when he signs a contract.
Right. Exactly. When he goes back to the Jets.
Oh, he's not going back to the Jets. He's not going
All right. Well, either come out or just wave when you're flying over Minnesota, because I know you fly over all the time. If just wave out the window.
I've been to Minnesota since a hockey tournament. That's how far, how long I haven't been to Minnesota. That was the last time I was in Minnesota. I was playing in a hockey tournament. So it's been a while.
They do love their hockey up there. I'll tell you that.
Yes, they do, and they're really
All
good.
right.
So, anyways, Pete, keep up the good work. We'll talk to you, Pete.
All right, we'll see you. Thank you.
Pete Bercich, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic, great personality, and he plays the guitar.
Yes,
he plays the guitar, as he always does. And we were planning to make a band. I mean,
that's right.
Could you imagine Speedy plays the bongo? I play the drum. I mean, what do you play? You play the harmonica? What do you play?
I played the saxophone as a kid.
All right, so you're a saxophone.
Yeah.
I'm a drummer. Pete's the guitarist. I mean, Jabba, you can play. What do you play, Jabba? What do you play?
Piano.
Piano. There you go. A keyboardist. There you go. We have a. And then, while I'm drumming, I could DJ. You know what I mean? So I could do both at the same time. That would be interesting. We could be the new Linkin Park. Could you imagine us?
Yeah.
They're all from different parts, by the way. Linkin Park. They're all from different parts. So we are all from different parts. As Pete not naming them that.
No, apparently, according to Pete, we're the Three Stooges now.
Yes. Hey, listen.
Hey, Mo.
I guess he's Mo.
You're
I'm
Mo.
Mo.
You're
He's
Mo.
Curly. Who's Curly?
It's true. He didn't specify. I guess I'll take Curly because I have more hair than Jabba does.
All right. So there you go. So,
Very true.
But listen, I love Pete. He's a great personality and interesting fella. Even off air when we talk on social media, he likes to go back and forth with me. But you know what? That's what I love about Pete. He's honest, and I'm honest with him, and he's been always a friend of the show and always giving me good publicity when I am right about something about the Jets in Minnesota. He has given me a pat. But I've been wrong most of the time. So when it comes to the Jets in Minnesota, that's for sure.
But by the way, our private chat actually Curly was bald. So Jabba, you get the title of Curly now. I'm Larry.
Yeah, I got it. That's fine. I'm about to shave my head tomorrow anyways. That's fine.
All right, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we have the golf clap. We got a lot to get into here on the Jabba in the Mouth Show. But first, we got the Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, now, keeping it with the NFL, the Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts is expected to play on Sunday, barring the knee injury that was suffered against the Rams in the divisional round. Hurts is likely to play, but however, he will be monitored in. The team said that the game plan will not change, even if Jalen Hurts is not available. Now, staying in the NFC East, the Cowboys have actually completed an interview with their offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer, and with many names already circling around the Cowboys' job, such as Deion Sanders, even Kellen Moore, the team will be interviewing, or actually just finished interviewing Schottenheimer before making their final decision. Now, finishing off with college football news, head coaching legend Nick Saban came out and said that he will not be returning whatsoever to coaching after following heavy speculation around. After Alabama had a poor season and missed the playoffs, Saban has no intention on returning and believes that even Kalen DeBoer is the guy, just needs some time in Alabama. Now, for Scoops to scores over in the NBA, the Knicks have an 85-79 lead over the Nets, while the Trailblazers have a 108-92 lead over the Heat, and the Raptors have a 90-74 lead over the Magic. While in the NHL, the Lightning and Canadiens are tied with 2 apiece, while the Rangers have a big 5-0 lead over the Senators. The Red Wings and Flyers are currently tied with 1 point in overtime, while the Sharks have a 5-2 lead over the Predators, and the Hurricanes and Stars are still tied with 0 on the board. And that is all the time I have for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the boys on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Not embracing your nose. That's how you shave.
Yeah, word shit, really structured.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. My TV is frozen. I don't understand that. It's probably because it's a Nick game, and MSG is no longer here on Optimum. Thank you to Optimum for not giving us back the New York Knicks or the Rangers or the Islanders. Damn you, you screwballs, stealing us again. Sports. I wonder what they're going to do with the Yes Network. Are they going to charge us for that? You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Thank you to Pete Bercich. He was fantastic, as always, giving us some good content, craziness, and he knows his Minnesota Vikings as he's one of the best in the business. I actually listened to him while the Vikings were playing in their wild card game. And he wasn't very happy. I actually was going to ask you or actually Fish cut up some of the calls that he had during the game. It was pretty damn funny. And his reaction to some of the things that happened in the game, especially Justin Jefferson. But Pete is a really good character. And I watched him play as a linebacker when he was playing for the Vikings. And he's just a good guy. He really is, on and off the air. He's fun. I'd love to see him go out to the bar. I don't drink, but watch him get drunk and act like a complete crazy lunatic. I know he likes to play the guitar, so it'll be interesting to try to pull off playing a song. He says he likes to play, old alternative rock songs. So what is it? Red Hot Chili Peppers? Is it like that? Or what is it? Metallica? I mean, that's heavy metal.
That's more heavy metal, but
but
the way those
rock.
The way those band pictures look, it definitely looks like one of
Poison?
those.
I mean, Poison's
That actually is like the fitting of it. Like it definitely looks like one of those 80s hair bands.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, his hairdo now from what it was when he played was pretty funny.
It's funny. I brought it up the last time we had him on because that was when he was bringing up the idea of bringing the band on. The first time we had him on the show was when I lost the bet to the Beeve and I had to wear the underwear on my head. And Pete was like, "Oh, it looks like the drummer from Cinderella. It fits right in."
Oh, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. So thank you to the great Pete Bercich for joining us. And the first time that Jabba got a chance to meet Pete Bercich. So he is fantastic as always. Thank you to Pete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't get a chance to do it before Pete came on. We have the golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
And ladies and gentlemen, our golf clap of the day goes to Notre Dame. I want to say something about, obviously, Riley Leonard. First of all, you can never take away what Riley Leonard did in the national championship game. He outdueled Will Howard, 22 for 31, 255 yards and 2 touchdowns against a very good defense, And putting up those numbers in a national title game gives me all the credit in the world. Everybody that said, well, look what he did here and look what he did in the tournament. He couldn't put up the numbers. He threw an interception the last game, but he found a way to pull it off in the fourth quarter. This guy had a great national championship game. There's no question. They fought, they scratched, they did everything they can to stay in this game and actually fought their way back after going up 7-0 and giving them 28 consecutive points or 31
in a row.
31 consecutive points. It says a lot about Riley Leonard. It says a lot about Notre Dame and football and the coach over there. It's been fantastic. I love what I saw with Notre Dame. So my golf clap of the day goes to Notre Dame and Riley Leonard, putting up a great amount of, and by the way, Riley Leonard ran in a touchdown, 17 carries for 40 yards. What I thought was fantastic. And he is now heading into the NFL draft, ladies and gentlemen. So I wish nothing but the best to Riley Leonard, and we will have him on the show in the very near future. So the golf clap of the day goes to Riley Leonard and Notre Dame. Congratulations on a fantastic year for a team that should not have been there, but fought their way, doing what they do best, and that's scratching and beating and doing whatever they have. Beating their meat, Speedy, if you know what I'm talking about.
I do not.
You don't know what they're talking about.
No. Jabba knows all about the cow. I think that's more his expertise.
Are you a meat bender? I am a meat bender, as we all know.
As long as we get Riley on and he can sign a couple things, I'll now I can pay him, so that'll be perfect.
You don't have to pay him anything. He'll do He'll do it. I know Raleigh's a good dude, and he'll do whatever needs to be done. He asked me to sign a New York box and send it to him.
That's right.
And he wanted me to do that and mark it to Riley. So maybe that is what I'll give him in return. I will sign a pizza New York box and send it to him, and you can get all the autographs, because that's what he says. He says, when you guys make it big, I want to be. And by the way, we were the first people to actually interview him on a national stage. We were the first to ever do that for him. And now look at him. He's going to get a chance to go into the NFL. I don't know where he's going to get drafted. We'll see how he goes in the combine and how he does in the combine. But
I think that first drive killed him, because he was everything on that first drive.
He's fantastic. He reminds me of Jaden Daniels without an arm. Now, I don't know what he could do with his arm, and I'm not saying he doesn't have an arm. He could be a Daniel Jones. But if he goes to the right place and he develops and to the right coach, maybe Chicago with Caleb Williams there, I think he can get developed. And I do believe he could be a starter in this league. He's got the personality, he's got the stride, and I love his attitude. He's got a great attitude, and what he did after the game, and giving a shout out to the Notre Dame fans and everything, his parents, his girlfriend, who hopefully he's going to get engaged to soon, because he's been with her since high school. Yeah. I mean, we love him, and I'm so happy for him. He deserves it. Very well deserved to a guy that has worked really, really hard. Ohio State.
Where do you think he goes, though?
I don't know. I hope he goes to the Jets. I honestly hope he goes there. The Jets need a young quarterback, whoever they bring in as a head coach. I know they got Jordan Travis there. They need to bring whoever they can over there and try to develop multiple quarterbacks to see what they have. He's going to go somewhere where Philadelphia wouldn't be a bad place to go. I mean, playing behind Jalen Hurts, he's the type of quarterback. He's like Jalen Hurts. He plays the same way as Jalen Hurts. So, I mean, he doesn't have. Everybody says he doesn't have an arm, but he sure proved it. At the national title game, he can throw the ball and he's accurate. So we'll see. I think one of those teams, he's going to go to a team. He's going to be a backup, but I think he's, to what he did in national championship, I think he's around a late second, early third round draft pick, because he's one of those.
Yeah, I'm hearing 3 and 4. I think something in that range.
Early third round draft.
I read like 4 to 6.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Somebody's going to dig high for him. I think he's proven that on the national title game and his stage as a leader. He is a leader. So I love everything about him. Even in his dorm, when he was sitting there, nobody, okay, I'll remember him sitting on his bed, and he was sitting there and he was talking to us, and he told me, he's leaning back and he says, you know what, I don't give myself enough credit, but I'll tell you, I don't give my offensive linemen any credit. And he says, those guys are the best, and those guys are why I am who I am. And I think he said it best. I wouldn't be who I am after last night if it wasn't for the teammates that I play with.
It's funny. I think the 4 different times we had him on over that span, I think he was at 4 different locations. The first time he was at his house, the second time he was outside. You remember that? Yeah.
Remember the time when they wrote? I think it was the last time, it was the last time when he came on, and somebody wrote a story. He actually took shots at his professor.
Yeah,
remember that?
Right, that came out. I think 3 months. That interview came out about 3 months after we had him on.
Yes,
time, yeah.
and then I actually reached out to him and I said, "What the hell's going on there, Riley?" He says, "I don't know. My professor's an idiot." But Riley's a good dude, and Speedy, you can reach out to him now. He's definitely going to answer.
Yeah.
He'll definitely come on the show. He's a great person and even a better personality, and a great friend of the show. So thank you to Riley for giving us so many laughs, and I'm looking forward to seeing where he goes in the future. To him and his family, congratulations on a sensational year. Ohio State beat Notre Dame 34-23 to win their first national championship since 2014. It is the 9th national championship for Ohio State in history, and their first with Ryan Day as their head coach. Ryan Day is now 70-10 in his coaching career, with a 87.5% winning percentage, which is second highest ever for a college coach with a national championship. Ohio State safety Lathan Ransom, took shots at everybody's criticizing Ryan Day, saying, What are they going to say now? Stephen A. Smith took shots at the SEC, saying they can't claim to be the best conference in college football anymore. Shannon Sharp says that nobody should owe Ryan Day an apology. He did what he was supposed to do. Linebacker Cody Simon was named defensive MVP, and quarterback Will Howard was named offensive MVP. That game looked like it was going to be a blowout. After Riley Leonard scored, he took the ball all the way down the field, 7-0. It looked like after Ohio State just kept pounding them, and went up 3 touchdowns, then 4 touchdowns. I was like sitting there, I was like, this game is going to be a blowout. It was absolutely incredible how much personality and how much they believe in one another on Notre Dame putting up and working hard to get back in that game. That was incredible. I would have thought, hey, you know what? They would have given up. But remember TCU and against Georgia?
Yeah.
That game was just
they folded. They folded.
Yep. Folded after the first half. It looked like, you know what? Georgia should just play their secondary or thirdary players. The game was over. They folded. TCU was done. They did not fold. Riley Leonard, that team, the defense, they put up and they shut a lot of people up because everybody thought this was going to be a blowout. I did think Notre Dame was going to win, but to make this game close and only an 11-point game, that says a lot about the coaching over there. It says a lot about the players and the belief of this team because honestly, even though they were a higher seed than Ohio State was one of the hottest teams going into this, this tournament. And they were just putting up ridiculous numbers. The offense that they have, and I'll say this about Ryan Day. I stuck up for Ryan Day all the time. And Keith actually reached out to me. He says, you were wrong about Notre Dame. You were absolutely right about Ryan Day. They got to stop taking shots at this guy. Ryan Day is a good coach. Now, I don't like what he does on and off the field. I do believe he threw Michigan under the bus. I do believe that. I think he had a lot to do with that story over the last couple of years. And one of the reasons why Jim Harbaugh is now coaching the Chargers and not in Michigan. What I could say about Ryan Day says, one, this guy knows how to coach. This guy knows how to lead these guys to a championship. This guy has nothing to throw, there's nothing to throw this guy under the bus. Everything to say about this guy. He knows how to recruit. He knows how to find defensive players, and he knows how to bring a team, no matter who the quarterback is. Honestly, Will Howard sucks. Okay. He's a horrible quarterback.
He had one of the best games of his career, by the way.
He did.
He set a record.
Yeah.
13 consecutive passes to start a national championship game.
Yeah. I thought, I do not think he's a good quarterback. Okay.
He ain't really going to do anything past this, I don't think.
No, not a chance in hell. Riley Leonard has a better chance of being successful.
100%.
But congratulations. It has a lot to do with coaching. Say whatever you want. This has a lot to do with coaching. Will Howard played his best game of his career and won a national championship because of coaching. And Ryan Day is not only the best coach right now in college football, he's one of the interesting personalities because, boy, oh boy, his press conferences are some of the worst press conferences you could ever watch a head coach.
Yeah, but you're going to get a soundbite out of all of them.
Yes. He's Bill Belichick of college football. He really is. He's just...
Hey, Bill Belichick's in college football now.
Yeah, he really is. He's Bill Belichick in college football. He is just absolutely annoying and stupid, but yeah, you can't hate him. You can't hate him. He wins. And winning sells everything.
Yeah, and game planning wise, that was always the question marks of Ryan Day when it comes to these late season stuff. Obviously, the losses to Michigan late in the season that they've gotten out of the playoff because of that in the past, and even some of the games in the playoff. He coached great in that Georgia game when they lost them on a field goal, 42-41. That was unbelievable what he was able to do with C.J. Stroud and that against that Georgia defense that year. But like there were other years where they had so much talent and it was just underwhelming in a lot of the circumstances that they were in. But this year had to take it to a different different level. Obviously, they had experience playing Oregon before, having done it in the regular season, but to blow them out like that was just unbelievable. Then they take it to Texas, which was a tougher offensive game for them, and they were able to win it with their defense. Same kind of thing here. They kind of won it with their defense. They stopped the run, and that was it's something that Notre Dame could not get going after that first drive. And Riley Leonard really had to do a lot of the running in that second quarter too, like the fourth down runs, the quarterback draws that we saw a lot of, and Ohio State was just adjusting everything else. And then they did a great job spreading the ball around too. It wasn't just force feeding Jeremiah Smith. They got both running backs involved. Judkins was the one who had the big game, but you saw Henderson get his reps in there too. And I think Ryan Day definitely deserves a lot of credit for that too. Notre Dame, you're right. It was a resilient comeback effort. They're just not as built to come from behind because they don't recruit the receivers as well. Obviously they're a factory with running backs and offensive linemen, but they're not as built to come back down 31-7. So resilient what they were able to put up to be able to come back. But Ohio State, definitely the talent ran out. The talent won out. And Ryan Day coached like a real coach.
Well, no, I think on both sides, even from the losing side, seeing what Marcus Freeman was able to do in the second half and, how to, not give up on his team and to know that, we still have the opportunity to do what we can do. I think both coaches, obviously, hats off to both of them. It was a third down conversions for me where they could not get a stop on the third down. And Marcus even said it. And that was just huge when, you were able to do that and how they were able to, even in third and short and third and long, they were able to be over 80% on converting third downs. And it was a fun game. I mean, they were literally one possession away, and it just kind of comes down to it where I think they ran out of steam a little bit, to be honest, from the back end of the defense on the Notre Dame side. And, shout out to a kid from Nebraska that anchored that offense and Xavier Watson and what he did. And we've had plenty of Nebraska references, so we don't even need to click those here, Speedy. But no, I hated it in the first half because I was like, this is gonna suck. And then, second half, now I'm at the edge of my seat and I'm like, this is unbelievable. And hats off to both teams, hats off to all the guys that played, because in that situation you could have gave up. And from the Notre Dame side and on our golf clap, I truly genuinely believe this all came down to coaching. Yeah, there were athletic abilities that some guys come out and play their butts off. Yes, they did. And, Jeremiah Smith, who you could go at, but then, guys stepped up because they knew they were going to focus on what they had done all year. And there was just, it was good football the whole game. It got a little boring in the second quarter, but the whole game was fun to see till the end. And you know what? Let's hope that parity and everything in college football continues to stand.
Yeah, the game was great. I think Ohio State got a little conservative in the second half, which allowed Notre Dame to come back. They stopped taking the deep shots. They tried to run the ball a little bit more, and Notre Dame took advantage of that. Also caused the fumble. Marcus Freeman's going to be a heck of a head coach. I think he'll probably get an NFL job next year. They want to see one more year out of him. As far as Ohio State, you said Ryan Day. He's a heck of a coach. He finally coached. I disagree with that. They got Chip Kelly. They got a great defensive coordinator. They got Hartline, who goes and recruits all these receivers. And they got boosters shelling out the biggest money for
Who hired
the
them?
team.
Who hired them?
I mean, some of them come from
But who hired them?
Urban Meyer, and some of them.
But who hired them?
I mean, that doesn't make you a good coach. That doesn't mean.
Listen, you
he's not
got to
getting-
go out there and hire him, don't
Why
you?
don't you think? Why do you think he's not getting any NFL looks? Why do you
No,
think
first of all, he doesn't want to coach in the NFL. He already
reminds
came
me
out
of
and said he doesn't. Hold
Lincoln.
on, he didn't want to coach in the NFL.
He reminds me of Lincoln Riley.
Oh, stop
Lincoln
it.
Riley is.
Stop it.
He got a big credit.
Stop it.
They had a $20 million roster. $20 million.
What does
I
that
bet
mean?
Notre Dame's is
gotta
probably like
recruit 'em.
7. I bet Notre Dame's is probably $7 million. He's not a good coach. He's just not. And when they get to good coaches, when they get to Michigan, when they get to people that can coach, he struggles to line it up and win. Yes, they went on a run. They had the best team. They had the most talent. It's not even close. They're probably going to be favorites next year with Jeremiah Smith coming back. They'll go get a quarterback in the portal. And Ryan Day is going to look like this incredible coach again, but he struggles against teams that can actually have good coaches.
A lot of coaches come into the NFL and they're not successful. Come on. But I mean, the only one that I've seen over the last couple of years is Jim Harbaugh. Everybody else that's come into the NFL, they've fallen flat on their face.
My point exactly. So Jim Harbaugh's twice.
But Ryan Day doesn't want to come to the NFL. He never said that he did.
But Jim Harbaugh's twice a coach.
First of all, how do you know? Has Ryan Day gone into the NFL and actually been?
He won't because he can't run a team.
That's
The
not
NFL
true. That's
the
not
NFL
true.
people would laugh
That's
at him,
not true.
probably.
I definitely want to argue with that. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to let fish.
Bill Callahan.
What,
I mean,
Bill Callahan was up and down as an NFL coach. Remember.
As a coordinator, he's great.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good coordinator. He did coach in Oakland. He did go to a Super Bowl, Bill Callahan. But he's really, after that, he fell flat on his face.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he couldn't coach in college.
No, that's true. But again, I disagree with saying that Ryan Day can't coach in the NFL. I don't think he wants to come to the NFL.
Him and his Sharpie beard look real good on the sidelines for Ohio State. So he stands there and lets his other coordinators
You
do his
just
job.
hate him. Stop it. You just hate him.
Look, Ryan, despite the fact Ryan Day looks like the movie villain from the movie Blank Check from when I was a kid,
I love
or
that
the guy
movie, by the
from or that really Weasley lawyer from Suits, if you guys ever watched Suits on Netflix or whatever it used to be on. You know, the guy won a national championship and you can't take it away, right? That happened. Congrats to him. Congrats to Ohio State. Oh, and I looked it up just now, not talking about NIL. Ohio State is 4th overall in spending on their football program, and Notre Dame is 5th. It's only like $500,000 apart how much they spend, but it is $20 million NIL to get the players, and I think they're spending more on staffing on the Notre Dame side. The two guys they brought over, Downs and Judkins, and we got to talk about Judkins for a second before we get out of this segment, because he had 3 TDs, started the second half with a 70-yard run, and then scored right after that to put them up. Ryan Day didn't have to do much in this game, guys. That's the thing. I want to tell a little personal story. I've coached with a couple of guys that have won state titles in New Jersey and New York as football coaches. I didn't win a state title with them. I was there when we got to the playoffs once, and a couple of times with both of those guys, we had winless seasons. And those are guys that won state championships. You can get both sides of the coin, guys. What I learned is sometimes guys are terrible coaches and can still win state champions. And sometimes guys are great coaches and can also lose every game. And it has to do with things that are out of your control. The thing that you can control, though, say like the bad coach that can win, it's when you just have great athletes and you can get a lead. And then you can just run the ball the rest of the game and play no doubles defense like Ohio State did after they got up 3 scores. They didn't have to do anything more. Even a complete idiot movie villain from the 90s can win that game at that point. And that's what you're saying, right? It wasn't really a very difficult coaching job that he had to do, but he still won. So good for him. Good for them. If they're going to spend with them, or lose to them every year. That's the message today. That's how it's going in football, and that's how it's going to be. If you want to win, you got to pay. The end.
It's all about that portal, and I think Ryan Day is a good coach, and I'll argue with you another day, but I don't know if he ever will coach in the NFL, because he's already come out and said that he doesn't want to interview for an NFL job, and if he did, it wouldn't be for any of the teams that are available. So I think Ryan Day is a good coach. Now, again, Nick Saban tried it in the NFL eventually, and was he successful? He wasn't bad. I just don't think Jim Harbaugh is the only one that really stands out to me. Like, wow, that guy, he went to the college football with Stanford. He came to the NFL, was successful, went back to college, won a national championship, and now he's coming back and takes a team all the way to the playoffs in his first year. I think Jim Harbaugh stands for everything, but he's also a guy that understands the game of football in the college rankings, because he was there as a star quarterback. And then obviously his father, his brother, I mean, he's been around football his whole life. So I mean, it's interesting. I disagree with Ryan Day. But again, you have your own opinion, and I've got mine. Speaking about opinions, we have a segment we call Tic-Tac-No.
Morris, right in the butt.
What?
we get the prizes cheap because they're stolen.
No. Now here's your host, the Tick himself, Owen the Tick Wagner.
All right, guys, another week, some more questions. Are you ready?
I think so.
All right.
Born ready.
First one. Since 1990, who has the most interceptions thrown in a single NFL playoff game?
Since 1990.
Yeah, because
I
there's
think
some
I
back
know.
in like the 40s that have like 12, but I went in New Age era.
I'm pretty sure this is Jake Delhomme.
It's definitely not.
No.
No.
Matt Hasselbeck, I'll say.
Nope.
Oh boy.
I don't even know.
So
damn.
in the playoffs?
In a playoff game.
Would we know them?
Yes. Errol's over there looking it up. I can see his fingers typing.
I'm not looking it up. I'm looking at something else. I don't even know. So I'm not answering it.
He's looking at the record for the Jets.
No, I'm actually looking at the Baltimore Ravens and something I'm looking at right now. I don't know, so I'm not going to answer it.
How many was it?
I'm not going to give you the answers. You just got
I'll
to
take a wild guess. You might as well. It's wrong if you don't guess anyway.
Jim Harbaugh.
Nope.
Not bad guess.
Trevor Lawrence?
No.
Because didn't he throw like 4?
He threw 4, yeah.
He threw 4. It's not the record.
Tommy, you guess yet?
I don't even have anybody. It wasn't. I'm gonna say Mitchell Trubisky. I know that's
That
not
is
right.
incorrect.
Three
So the
games.
answer is Brett Favre. He threw 6 against the Rams.
Okay.
When was
All
that?
right, Owen.
6. Damn.
Vikings Favre or Packers Favre?
It had to have been Packers.
It's definitely Packers.
God,
He only played 2 years.
Yeah, I think the Rams made the playoffs. When
Yeah,
he went
I thought
first.
4 was. I was like, good night.
There was somebody with
Owen.
like 12 in like 1940. 12 interceptions in one
I'm
game.
looking at the Browns and the Ravens and comparing their records when they switched from the Browns to the Ravens. That's what I'm looking at right now.
That's interesting.
All right,
Well,
we'll
yeah,
just
where
go
are we
middle.
going?
We'll just go middle.
for
It's popped in my head.
That's
That's all.
it.
God, I thought 4 was a lot with Trevor Lawrence. I was like, oh, that's got to be close, doesn't it?
I
then
felt
the
like
Chargers
Delhomme
happened.
threw like 700 interceptions in his career.
Oh,
Just a
Delhomme.
Just a single playoff game.
The Knicks
All
are
right.
giving me a bit of.
All right. As a somewhat controversial record, who has the most home runs in a single game?
Who has the most home runs in a single game?
Hold on. Are we? Is Negro Leagues included?
It just said in the MLB.
In the MLB.
Well, now Negro Leagues are considered.
How about the guy Errol interviewed last year, Rafael Palmeiro?
Is it?
If the
No,
answer is
it's not.
Josh Gibson, then it's Negro Leagues.
It's definitely not either of those.
In a single game?
In a single game. And like I said, it's somewhat controversial.
Is it like extra innings or I don't understand this.
A number of guys have hit 4.
Yeah,
Number of
that I
guys have
know.
hit 4. But there's a guy that has hit more than 4. He played a long, long time ago. And they said he's hit more than 4.
What?
I have.
It's
Paul
kind of like
Bunyan.
it's kind of like the Wilt Chamberlain. Did he actually score 100 points? Nobody was
How
there to
long
witness
ago?
it.
Could you give us a hint?
It was before 1900s.
It was.
I
before
declare
that.
shenanigans on this.
Look
This
it
is-
up.
this
You
is
can look it up.
ridiculous. Was
I
it
thought Jabba always hey,
Jebediah McClintock?
Jabba says he's a baseball historian, so I had to
I don't
throw
know.
this one in for him.
It happened before the 1900s?
He said he knows.
I don't know.
I mean, I know like
I was gonna
hard
say
hitting
Lou
Mark
Gehrig.
Whitten, like, and then like this era, like I don't go back that far.
Shoelaces McGee.
All right. Well, if the baseball guys aren't going to get it, I'll just give you the answer. The answer is Jay Clark. Went 8 for 8 with 8 home runs. The
Shut the
controversy,
front door.
the controversy lies is they can't find the
That he existed.
record of it.
Yeah, that's an
They
asterisk.
can't. I'm just saying, look it up. If you look
That he
up
existed.
who has the most MLB home runs, Jay Clark comes up first. Just saying.
Interesting.
All right.
I don't know, Errol. I don't know.
I don't know about that
Google
one.
Google it right now. Who has the most
I'm not
MLB
saying
home runs in
that
one game?
if I Google it, that won't come up.
Right.
I'm just
My guess was Lou Gehrig.
He had 4, I think. There's like 4 guys or 5 guys that have had 4.
That was my
there's a
guess.
bunch
So
of
they
guys
said
that
this
did.
Jake.
In the
Sean
90s.
Green hit 4 one year.
Mark
Remember that?
Whitten. Mark Whitten hit 4. Josh Hamilton hit 4.
Yeah.
Man,
All right.
when he had those few good years, man, holy smokes, was he incredible?
If he didn't get in his own way, he
Albert
would have been.
Bell was one of my favorite players, man.
AB's one of the best dudes ever, man.
It's one of
Just
my-
don't get on his wrong side. I'll tell you that.
I
All
love
right. With Jaden Daniels having a chance to go to the Super Bowl, I'll go top right, by the way, Fish, since I'm taking my.
Yeah, your bullshit ass.
Hey, that's
terrible.
that's a simple question. I didn't expect it to be 1864.
A
okay?
simple
A
question.
simple question. Get
Like,
out of here.
I just looked up most home runs in one game. That's a normal trivia question.
Yeah, but we can't look that up.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
The guy was roommates with Abner Doubleday.
All right. With Jaden Daniels having a chance to go to the Super Bowl, who was the youngest quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl?
Oh.
Win.
Youngest to win?
So we know it's
I'm
not
gonna
a
say
rookie because we established that.
Tom Brady.
Wasn't Tom Brady.
Well, Tom Brady was in college for a while.
Well, I don't know how young we're talking though, because Tom Brady was.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how young he was when he came out.
Well, there
But
were
no rookie quarterbacks ever won though, right?
No.
Correct.
No quarterback's even been in the Super Bowl.
But there were second-year quarterbacks that have gone to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, there are.
Roethlisberger?
He was second. He was
That
second
would be my
youngest.
guess. That would have been my
Russell
guess.
Wilson
like
was
30
second.
days.
I don't know how old Russell Wilson was though.
He was another one that was in college a long time, Russell Wilson. He played a 5th year at Wisconsin.
Yeah, he was with NC State for a while before Wisconsin.
Throwing to Jericho Cotchery.
Speedy, you got this one?
Yeah, the one that Stuart Schweiger was supposed to get on the show for us.
That's right.
A couple years ago. He said he was going to get him on, and never got back to us with that. I feel like it's an older one. I'll throw out.
Could you give us a hint?
He played against the Patriots.
Ooh.
He played against the Patriots.
Yep. And
In
it
the
was-
Super Bowl.
Yep. And I would say it's after 1980. Those are 2 hints.
Well, then it's, I mean, I already guessed, so I can't say it.
Yeah,
but then
1985.
there's-
I'll just say after 1985. So if you can pick the winning quarterback.
Elevates Jim McMahon. So 96. So Brett Favre. Was he the? I don't think he would have been the youngest at that time.
No.
And the Ram. No, it would be Kurt Warner.
No, not Warner.
I'll even give you the year because this will make it fair because I asked the bullcrap question of the home runs, I guess. 1986 was when this quarterback played.
Wasn't that like the year that they had the
Wait,
replacement
1986?
players?
Wait. Oh, so it is
Wasn't
Jim
that-
McMahon. So it is Jim McMahon then.
It's not Jim McMahon.
Oh, he was the one that won for the Bears against the Patriots.
Who? They played against the Patriots?
The 85 Bears took down the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, but he said
Okay.
So that'd have been the
Hold on.
84 season.
I'm gonna give this one
86.
to I'm gonna give this one to Fish because this guy never even threw a pass. So I'll give it to Fish.
That's what I
You
thought.
gotta-
I thought it was Ben
Mike
Roethlisberger.
Tomczak was the
Tom
youngest.
Zach. I was gonna say, is it like the backup or something that like took a knee?
I didn't even look at the attempts or anything. I just put in youngest quarterback to win a Super Bowl, and it was him and Ben Roethlisberger. So I was just like, I'll give that one to Fish then, since Roethlisberger actually played.
All right, so I will go for the block over here.
But Mike Tomczak didn't he had like a backup career, didn't he?
Yeah, he played.
But that's
I
for like
think
the Super Bowl.
he didn't have any completions or attempts in the Super Bowl, so I feel like that's unfair.
I bet he took a knee. I bet that's what it was.
It probably did. That's probably what it
Yeah,
was.
you give us an 1897 and a Mike Tomczak, or we
Yeah, it was
Hey, you guys were-
oil can McDuffins.
oil
You
can.
guys were you guys have been beating me the last couple of weeks. I had to up the pressure on the questions.
The ante.
Okay, so what is the Junior Ryder Cup called? So we have the Ryder Cup where the PGA players play. What is the Junior Ryder Cup called?
The Junior Ryder Cup. There we go.
It's not that.
The rookie riders.
Once you hear it, you'll probably be like, "Oh, that makes sense."
Isn't I think I know this. Isn't it something like the Biennial Golf Cup or something like that?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, because it was like it was like junior and senior, I thought, or something.
No, biennial. That's a huge word. I'll have to look that up in the dictionary. Later.
I think you were thinking of like bicentennial or something.
Yeah.
Is it you said so for like the Junior Ryder Cup? Would it be the Amateur Ryder Cup?
It's not, but I can tell you, like guys like Justin Thomas, Jordan Spieth, all those guys all played in it. Tiger Woods, all played in this.
Is it called the Junior Ryder Cup?
It's not. Tommy already guessed that.
That's what I said.
That's a terrible guess.
I don't know. I have
It's
to
called,
Yes.
it's called the Walker Cup.
You know, I almost said trotter. I almost said the Trotter Cup, like as it like before you ride, you have to trot or something. That is interesting. Walk before you ride.
I'll just give him the win. Is he almost
He didn't
there?
win yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, you gave up, but
I
I mean,
okay.
We'll go bottom, or we'll go upper left.
upper left. So you're giving yourself a two-way go right here.
Two options.
Oh man, what a
What are the
lethal
chances
move.
of us winning?
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, I think what's the thing that you watch the baseball game and it gives you like who's winning line draft?
Yeah, the
And then
odds.
it goes,
Improbability meter. Yeah.
I've watched
You're gonna have to
Nebraska.
get the next two right.
That's
like
what we're
90
gonna do. We're gonna need the win probability meter for this game. That's what I'm gonna have to work on.
No,
Tommy will workshop it.
That's when we'll get our sponsor, and then we can live bet.
All right.
Live bet on Tic-Tac-No. That's when we have to all be locked up.
Here's an easy one that you guys should probably get. Who is the richest owner in sports?
Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna.
I believe it's Steve Ballmer with the Clippers.
That is
That was
correct.
my guess.
Look at
Yeah.
you, Speedy. Look at that. Isn't he the guy with the Microsoft?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the
Ballmer.
standing free throw section or whatever, the stand only free throw section.
Yes. All right. I'll do the first block on the bottom right.
All right,
Because
so
the
Speedy's
next
going
ones are the
bottom right.
Waltons, I think.
Hey, I heard they own like a little store or something, right? Those guys, the Waltons. Some
Yeah,
little store or
heard
something.
about that.
All right, it's getting down to the nitty gritty.
Here we
All
go.
right. Name one of two players that are tied for the most points scored in a single WNBA game.
It all comes down to this, by the way. This is
Say
the
that
sudden
again.
death
Hold on. Say
question.
that again. What is it?
There are two people tied for the most points scored in a single WNBA game. I'm only asking for you to give me one of the two.
Most points scored.
And I just did this because Caitlin Clark was hanging out with T Swift, you know?
Yeah, we know.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Sue Bird, I'll go.
Old school, new school. Because I'm like, this isn't my guess, but I'm thinking like back in like Lisa Leslie and all those.
I'll tell you, one of them I've heard, one of them I've never heard of.
Well, that's not promising.
Hey, what about is it recent or older? Like the old, like
one's older, one's more recent.
And it.
Oh, the
what
one.
the
No,
point
no,
is?
no. Is it the one? It's the one. I remember hearing this.
You know,
she
you're
won
doing
the
a weird thing with your fingers right now, Java.
I know, because I thought I heard this when I was watching the game. I think she just won the MVP, right? Asia
She's not
Wilson.
gonna help you.
Asia Wilson is correct.
Oh, Java for the win!
I remember
That
them
would've been my guess,
saying
by
that.
the way.
The other one was Liz Cambage.
Cambridge, yeah.
Cambridge? I don't know.
Cambridge, I believe. Yeah.
I remember they talked about that. It wasn't it like
Scored 53
points or something?
53 points, yeah.
All right, and Java, you have done it. We
Ah.
are the champions.
All that
once
complaining and you guys
again.
still win. All the complaining.
We did
Still
it,
win.
boys.
I didn't complain.
You were out after the baseball question.
I was I was crazy, but after that, I was pretty damn quiet. I didn't say anything. I just was watching and just laughing because I thought
He was like that tag team wrestler when they have like 8 guys in the tag team. He's like pretending he wants to
sitting
go
there
in.
watching
Yeah.
and seeing how silly the questions and the answers were. So, yeah,
Awesome. Well, good round.
good round. Even better. How's that? Anyways, Roki Sasaki gets a new home. Announced on his Instagram that he will be signing with the Dodgers. The deal is a minor league contract because he's still at amateur level in Japan, and he will get a $6.5 million signing bonus. Ooh. USA Today's Bob Nightingale reports that the Padres and Blue Jays offered more money, but chose the Dodgers instead. I wonder why. He also reports that the Dodgers have agreed to a deal with all-star reliever Kirby Yates. Not surprised. The terms of the contract are not released yet because it's probably deferred money. Jeff Passan reports that the Dodgers also signed all-star reliever Tanner Scott to a 4-year, $82 million deal. The Dodgers' deferred money total is now $1.24 billion with these new contracts. Well. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised that all 3 of these players decided to go to the Dodgers? Maybe because the Dodgers are buying their way into a dynasty. That's what they're trying to do, ladies and gentlemen. Will it work? The Dodgers have, I still believe, one of the worst managers in all of baseball. And whatever they do and however way they spend, it's not going to make a difference if you don't have a good manager. Now, managing doesn't matter in a lot of people's eyes. Well, I beg to differ because what we've seen in the playoffs over the last couple of years, it has a lot to do with managing. Now, obviously, the Dodgers have a tremendous amount of talent. As we've seen Friedman go on a barrage of home runs throughout the World Series and completely crush the Yankees, probably by himself. Nevertheless, I do believe that no matter who the Dodgers bring in and what the Dodgers do and how much deferred money they're going to potentially put on the table, which is $1.24 billion, $1.24 billion, okay? It's not going to matter. That doesn't win you championships because if you ask George Steinbrenner, every time George Steinbrenner dug into his pockets, he barely won. As a matter of fact, the last championship the Yankees won in 2009 was the last time the Yankees spent money and actually won anything. That was the last time with CC Sabathia, AJ Burnett, and Mark Teixeira. The Yankees have spent money after money after money. It's never brought them a championship. So buying players don't give you the answers to championships all the time in baseball. Baseball is the hardest sport to win a championship, and it's really to get hot. Now, when you look at their rotation with Sasaki and Ohtani and all these ridiculous pitchers and Cy Youngs that they've won, that doesn't make a difference if they don't show up in the playoffs. So, and Tyler Glass now, let's see if he actually stays healthy for a whole season and actually stays healthy enough to play in the playoffs. I just think, I know a lot of people sitting here and saying this isn't fair, this isn't right, and why doesn't other teams do it? I don't think it's going to matter. Now, does it give them the edge? Of course it does. Baseball is very different than basketball, and it's very different from other sports. As a matter of fact, you can have the most spending amount of money in football. It doesn't mean you're going to win a championship because it's one game. Baseball, there is no salary cap. It's the only sport with no salary cap. And as you can see with the Dodgers, they love to dig in with the deferred money. I don't believe this is guaranteeing a championship for them. Everything's got to align together and fall together, and I don't like their management over there. I think the Dodgers are going to fall flat on their face this year.
It's interesting because the Dodgers actually deviated away from the pattern that they normally did then and try to avoid those higher priced relievers. And that's what makes these two moves interesting with Yates. Obviously, the contract hasn't been disclosed yet, but Yates is coming off one of his best seasons in his career. So you got to expect the contract is going to be good, most likely. And then Tanner Scott got one of the richest deals for a reliever. I think the highest for a lefty reliever in baseball right now, which the Dodgers, it's funny because they've struggled with these higher priced closers and relievers in the past. And their bullpen has gotten good the last 2 years more organically. You saw guys break out that were either previous starters or failed pitchers on other teams. That's the system that they've made work. So it's very interesting that they went for that kind of move. Maybe they thought the Padres are going to get Scott back. The main competition, I think, was from the Orioles or the Red Sox, I think, signing him. But it's interesting they went that approach. Sasaki, I mean, you can't really go wrong with the upside. I mean, the Dodgers getting him on a minor league contract. Yeah, it's a minor league contract with a small signing bonus that could increase, I think, based on performance value.
Paying him.
Yeah,
Ohtani's probably paying him under the table.
So that's probably the effect
on.
that something like Sasaki's going to have to be able to get that kind of culture to come and be there, because it seemed like he was going to go to the West Coast anyway, regardless if it was the Dodgers or the Padres. I know Seattle was trying earlier in the offseason, I think, as one of the other teams, but it seemed like the Dodgers were always the favorites from the start. And I think him taking less money, feeling comfortable with that kind of thing is something that could help his development. And the Dodgers don't have to force him in a role because, like you said, they have so much starting depth. Now signing Snell, you still got some unbelievable starting pitching depth and a bullpen that's still very good. And now add two more guys. So you don't have to put as much pressure on Sasaki to be that 23-year-old phenom like you saw with Yamamoto last year.
No, and I agree, but we also don't know what Ohtani's going to come back to be. And
of course,
Errol, I agree with you a little bit in the aspect of like being a part of a situation where they're like, yeah, you bought a World Series. You still got to go out and play it. But the highest left-hander was actually Speedy was Josh Hader. He was 5 for 95.
Okay. All right.
And it's just for me, it's interesting how like you've seen what Kirby Yates did when Kirby Yates was successful and what he did with the Padres. And, you know, he was kind of a late bloomer as well, right? And now you're running that. It's a game that's not played on paper. And I had this conversation with all of our fans on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, where it's certain people are numbers people and analytic people. There are certain people that are baseball people. And I think there needs to be more baseball people than the guys that MIT just crunch numbers and put algorithms in. And I think that's part of it. But I said this on the show last week, like the Dodgers are making it to, are they hurting baseball? I know every team can do it, deferred money, all the other stuff. I understand that. I'm not taking anything away from any of that. But also to the extent is it hurting baseball? Is there going to be something that they can do in the aspect of what they are? Is Tyler Glass not going to stay healthy? Don't know. Does he have a tremendous arm? Yes. Does he have tremendous hair? Yes. Very jealous of his hair more so than his arm. Because I've had the arm, I just never had the hair. But you don't know what they're going to come back with, right? And you've seen what Yamamoto. They thought Yamamoto was going to shit his pants because spring training was awful. And he came in and did, I wouldn't say he was great, but he was above serviceable. And now you bring in a Snell guy that has won a Cy Young in both leagues. You get an Ohtani, which is the unicorn of all of unicorns, and see what happens. We had an international signing last week of a kid at 18 years old that signed a dual contract. And that's because of what Ohtani's created. But are you going to be able to sustain that? Because injuries do happen. You've seen it. That's 162 plus the 40 play in spring training. You're playing over 200 games before you even get to the playoffs. So there's so much that goes into it. And then I saw the Kirby Yates thing, and I'm like, golly, you just going to add more fuel to the fire? Because Kirby Yates, when Kirby Yates is Kirby Yates, that dude's arm's electric, man. And now you bring Tanner Scott in and Sasaki and all. And what they're doing is, and as the reports I've read on multiple sites, is they're actually saving money because they're making more money because they're continually going to the playoffs every year. So that deferred money kind of just, it dwindles down every year because the extra money you make in the postseason. And so it's amazing to me why more people aren't doing it. And I'm kind of on the fence, and I'll be perfectly honest and say this. Is it hurting baseball? Maybe. Will I be hypocritical of myself? I will say yes, because at the same time, every other team can do the same shit they're doing. And I understand that. Why isn't any other teams? We've seen other teams make moves and do other things. But why are they so gravitated towards that one organization than the others that can do the same thing?
It's probably because they go to the most extreme levels, I think, of it. Because there's other teams that defer money too, but it's not to the same levels of extreme.
Well, and people always say like, oh, they're deferring so much money. But do you realize Ken Griffey Jr. was one of the highest paid players on the Reds?
Yep.
And
Joey Votto was second.
Yeah. And it makes zero sense because this has been going on for a long time. Everybody thinks the famous Bobby Bonilla, right?
Oh, of course.
Every July. But at the same time, people forget that there are so many other contracts that this has happened to. And that's the thing where I think now the numbers are so outrageous where now people are like taking notice. And I think that's a part of why it has become a precedent to what people have been doing and talking head about whatever it is. But this has been going on for a long time. And you're getting these guys because now what do they have? They have a fan base. What else do they do? They win. I don't want to go somewhere, and I may be different. I don't know Sasaki. I don't know him. I don't know Tanner Scott. I don't know Kirby Yates. None of them have ever won a World Series. So what do? You surround yourself with guys that have won a World Series, that know what they do, and you get paid for what it is. And they are getting paid for what it is. That's to win right now. And they may be able to shake a contract here and there and see what happens. But if I walk into that clubhouse, my nipples are hard. I might have a little halfy, but I know I'm going to have a chance to win every day. And you know, as a coach, Fish, when you go in with that confidence to know, like, we have to beat ourselves. There's something to be said about that in your confidence, not only as a coach, manager, front office, but you lining up 60 feet 6 and having to get a hit or having to make that pitch. There's something to be said about that confidence.
Well, you obviously want to have the best players around you. That's what Kevin Durant did when he went to California, if you remember, in basketball, because he wanted to win every day. He didn't want to have the pressure of doing it by himself, because not only is it pressure, but if you haven't done it before, you're figuring it out for the first time. And it would be a lot easier to have some good veterans and people that have been through it to work with. And obviously, we saw what happened when he went there. They won a couple of titles. And, does everyone think of Kevin Durant as highly as if he did it by himself? Probably not, but he still won. So, those are two titles. He got to play in those games and he won those titles. So good for him. To get back to the original baseball topic, though, I find this to be very unsettling for the game of baseball. And the reason has nothing to do with the numbers that we're seeing. It's that I feel like they broke the system. It feels like, remember Game Genie? You remember that in like the video game systems? Errol, you might remember this from Nintendos, and you used to be able to put in like this other like a cartridge, and it would get you all the cheat codes so you can like beat every game super easy. It feels like that's what the Dodgers are doing right now. It's like they turned salary cap off on MLB The Show. That's what they did. They turned off the salary cap feature, and now they can have as big of a payroll as they want. They don't care about the luxury tax. They're deferring a lot of the money anyway, and they're just watching every other team not do it and say, I guess you don't want to win. So what are other teams going to do? After this year, they're going to have to spend in the same ways. And it's going to lead to a crazy spending session in baseball where there's going to be teams that really stink, and there's going to be a bunch of really good teams and a bunch of below 500 teams. It's going to be worse parity. That's what I see happening first. But as time goes on with something like this, you're going to see the bad teams start to show their colors. The MIT guys don't like this of data. They don't like the chance. You need some Vegas guys if you're going to be doing stuff like this. You have to really gamble on, I'm going to mortgage the future for this crop of players because we're going to win. It's going to pay off now, because there's going to be teams that do it and then realize they got to cut bait immediately. If you know how fast the Padres cut bait when they had Soto and Tatis and they were trying to load everybody up, it's going to be twice as fast for teams going forwards like that. I mean, there are obviously other things going on in the Padres behind the scenes. We know that, but it's crazy what's happening. I'm scared for the game, Errol. Everyone's going to have to keep up with the Joneses, as they say.
I don't think any team's going to keep up with them, because I think the CBA, after the CBA goes in, 2025 or 2026, they're going to have to come to 26. They're going to have to come to the conclusion on fixing this. This is not going to work moving forward. Now, the Dodgers are already far and away, have to deal. They've already sealed the deal, and they've set up these deals for the next 10 to 7 or 8 years, depending on the player. So the Dodgers are going to have it even when they decide, when the new CBA comes out, that this can't go on anymore. But yes, it ruins the game of baseball. But in any sport, you mentioned basketball. Basketball is different. If you have the 3 or 4 best players in a league, you're probably going to win a championship. It's practically giving them the trophy. You're definitely going to be in the finals. This doesn't guarantee them nothing, because you can ask the Yankees. The Yankees have done this for years with George Steinbrenner, and that never guaranteed them a championship after a championship after a championship. When the Yankees were the dominant force in the 90s, they built around a core of players. Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera, Andy Pettitte, you name it, all on. They had a core of players. Jorge Posada, that was a core of players. That was when the Yankees were at their dominant force. They won 3 championships in 5 years. That was when the Yankees were dominant. Now, when you see the Yankees, when they brought in Alex Rodriguez, you would have thought, hey, look at the team. Alex Rodriguez is there. Derek Jeter, Mark Teixeira. The infield's ridiculous. Alfonso Soriano. I mean, Jorge Posada, I mean, it was ridiculous. It really was. Oh, they're going to win a championship every single year. Well, go ask the Arizona Diamondbacks. Did that actually happen? No, they had Kurt Schilling and they had the, what do they call him? The big arm or whatever the hell they call
big
it.
unit.
The big unit, whatever. And he was a Yankee at the tail end of his career. So, and the Yankees brought him in when he was practically garbage. The only time.
Excuse me, garbage?
Yeah, I didn't think he was that good when he was a Yankee. No.
He won 17 games in a row 2 years with a sub-3.
That's
garbage?
To me, it didn't help the Yankees win. So
because nobody cared, and he didn't get the fanfare because he dropped a reporter when he first got there.
Day one, he just mushed the reporter's camera.
He won
I remember
17 games in a row with a 3 ERA in 2 years. You can't tell me that wasn't good.
I'm not saying he was good, and I'm looking at his numbers in 2006 when he did win the year. Then he did win 17 games. He had a 5 ERA, so that wasn't really good. I mean, but when you go look at what he did with the Diamondbacks, I mean, come on, 2.32, 2.49, 2.64, 2.48, 1.28. I mean, come on. I mean, when he was a Yankee, he was 3.79, 5.00. I mean, that's all I'm saying. He wasn't what the big unit was when he was the dominant force.
I think my point was, though, that they're in the conversation, though. The Yankees, even though they didn't win again until 2009, they were in the playoffs every year except for 2008, and they were in the conversation that year. And it's a destination for people that are fans growing up watching the game. Like I said, I believe I said last week, or I mean, days are kind of blending together right here, but I was saying all the Hideki Matsui, the Yankees used to get the Japanese players because the Yankees used to win all the time, and they used to be in the conversation all the time. And now it's the Dodgers that win all the time and are in the conversation all the time.
And that's why winning matters.
Go there.
That's why
it does matter.
And remember after Kevin Brown's Cy Young year when he came over and he absolutely laid an egg?
Oh.
But terrible. That's to your point, Earl, you're right. I'm not disagreeing with you. Just because you bring the best over at the time, that was like when they brought Carl Pavano over.
Yeah, please.
Coming off
truck man. Yeah, great.
So
Vasquez.
Yeah, and all teammates of mine. And I understand what you're saying, but when you look at it, that's one or two guys, right? Yeah, when in 2009, everybody said we bought it because we brought over 3 monsters. But they forget about the Nick Swishers of the world, the Francisco Cervellis, the Brett Gardners, where when we were talking earlier on the show is to win, yeah, you got to have the superstars, but you got to have the other guys. And that's when we were talking about with Pete. It's like what you have all these superstars and all these other things, you got to have the other ones. And yes, are you going to pay for those? But it's just hard to look at their lineup now and fish. I agree with you. I think it's kind of pushing the game in a different direction because now it's like you look at every one of those dudes and they're starting 5 plus their bullpen plus the guys they run out are all making almost $20 or more million a year. That tells you one thing, that they are valued. Let's go look at the Rays. Let's go look at the Brewers other than Yelich. Now, you've got to understand, you come into a clubhouse and it's like, I got Freddie Freeman here. I got Mookie Betts here. I got Ohtani here. I got Tanner Scott here. I got Will Smith behind the plate. Like, you come into it, it's like, I would hate to be in their minor league organization because, like, damn, ain't never gonna make it in this camp. Like, I just hope I get my meal money in spring training.
How are you supposed to make it if Roki Sasaki's the 5th starter? Or actually, Tyler Glasnow's probably only going to go 5 innings a game, so he's going to be the 5th starter. How are you competing with that to make the roster? Because I don't know how you do it because they got Snell. Kershaw didn't retire, by the way. Kershaw might be like the long reliever on this team.
And by the way, Kershaw could potentially finish, depending on what he is. He could be the next left-hander, first ballot Hall of Famer because of his numbers and longevity. And he's not even a thought.
Yeah.
He's not even a thought.
It's wild.
Keith in the comment section, he said the Dodgers are brilliant. This is not Dave Roberts is not a bad manager. He outmanaged Aaron Boone, and now we have Keith on the phone. Keith, you got 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Finally, hey, I agree with Java. Really, I mean, first of all, if you're the Dodgers, you have to do it. There's no way they're going to fall flat in their face, Hell. What are you talking about?
Okay,
I'm not saying they're going to.
Okay.
They might not win the World Series.
That's falling flat on your face. If you're spending, hold on. If you're buying players and doing what you're, go ahead, finish.
How did they do last year?
It doesn't matter. That's last year. This is this year. That's last year. That's this year. It's different.
You're not going to win every year. And the Yankees won 4 out of 5.
They're buying players.
Wait, let me finish. They're buying players like the Yankees always said. And every team does.
No, they're not doing what the Yankees did. No, they're not.
Listen.
This is not what the Yankees did.
No. What they're doing right is this is definitely by far the most bought team ever. But you know what? It's working. And I'm going to tell you something. You're not going to win every year. But remember, now, Errol, yes, the Yankees had the same core players. They won 4 out of 5 years, not 3 out of 5, by the way. And you know what?
4 out of 5. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. But no, that's not the point. I shouldn't even bought that. But I'm just correcting you. You knew that anyway. You just said the wrong number. But what I'm saying is they still were the highest payroll by far. Okay? So money does matter. And once in a while, you'll have a Kansas City Royals or a team come out of nowhere. But that's rare. Okay? It happens once in a while.
But Keith, still at the same time, the Dodgers. No, Keith.
You know that. But
Keith,
I'm just saying.
The Dodgers. Keith, hold on.
I think my thing is.
Keith.
They're so deep. Wait,
he might not hear you. He might not hear you.
I can't hear him. They're so deep. They're so deep. And Roberts did an amazing managing job last year. I mean, not the others. He totally outmanaged Boone big time in the World Series. Because think about this, Earl. All their pitchers were hurt. And he mixed them out. He did an amazing job. You have to admit it in last year's World Series. The other years, maybe not, but he did. Listen, he's definitely good enough to win with that team. And I don't believe you need probably baseball more than any other sport. Well, not football. Basketball, you're right. I agree with you on that. Coaching doesn't matter that much. But right now, I'm telling you, I think they're so loaded. They can have tons of injuries. They could lose Ohtani. They could do whoever. They're still going to win.
Well, again, I think the reason he brought up the basketball too was in basketball, you have much more controllable aspects in the game where you can control it. Baseball is very hard because it's a bigger field. There's all different field types. Like there's so many. Java, how many types of pitches there are? There's probably like 70 different types of pitches. So like speed wise, movement wise.
What I'm saying is the Dodgers did it. The Dodgers did it without their best pitchers. They were all hurt.
No, I know. Yeah, Java, you're
so what you know what I'm saying now? I hope they fall flat in their face. I just think they're so deep and got too much. And yes, it's good, but it's also bad for baseball. But you know what? For the world of baseball, it's great because the reason all the Japanese players always sign with the West Coast teams, right?
Not true.
And it's because they're going to follow. They're going to play with Tanaka. They're going to play with Ohtani because number one, they know him, and why wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They know each other. Dude, let's face it, California, well, LA ain't beautiful anymore. But you might it's beautiful weather. They do have that history. They're like the Yankees of the National League, them and the Cardinals. Now, who was trying to talk to me before? Was that Jabba?
Yeah, Jabba wanted to say something. Yeah, Jabba.
No, I agree with what you're saying, but not all the Japanese guys have gone. They've gone since Ohtani. Like you looked at Matsui, Ichiro.
No, not back in the day with Hideki and all that, but now they do.
Oh, now 100% because Ohtani's created a different dynamic.
Yeah, but no, I agree with you. What Jabba said, and Fish and Errol. Not that you want. I think you may be hoping they fall flat in that face.
No, I've seen.
I don't see how.
It doesn't matter because talent doesn't win you championships in baseball. You got to go through a grueling playoff, it doesn't matter. You run into a team that's hot. You run into a San Francisco Giant team that's having a good year, and they go into the playoffs and they pitch their ass off. I do not believe, and I do believe the Dodgers will fall flat on their face. Yeah,
No
you
way.
could. Okay, no way. I remember you said that. I remember you said that.
Just like I'll remember that you and Chris both told me that Shedeur Sanders will go in the first round.
Yeah, well, guess what? There's a lot of.
You said
there's
top
a lot
five.
There's
Top
a lot
five.
Hold on. There's a lot of experts that are coming out and saying that he's not a first round talent. So to sit here and say that he is good, he goes
That's
first.
not what I said.
Teams are going to screw
That's
up.
not what I said.
Teams are going
I
to
said
screw
he's
up.
going to go in the first round.
Good. Let him go wherever he goes, and he's going to screw up. He's a
You both
The
said
bet
you
was top five,
he's
Keith,
I
not
never
first
said he wouldn't
round.
screw up. I said he's going to go in the first
You
round.
thought
I
he
said
was
top
good.
five.
You still think he's good?
No, I didn't say he's good.
Yeah, you did say that he's a good
I
quarterback.
said he would come the top. He'd be a top 5 pick too.
Did
And
you
he
not
will
say Shedeur Sanders is good? Because I know you remember we were arguing, and I said he stinks.
What?
And
be.
you
He
said
doesn't stink.
he stinks.
He doesn't stink.
He
He's not
stinks.
great. Listen, he does not stink.
Who
And
did he
you-
beat? Who did he
Errol,
beat? Who did he beat?
Who did he? He had
Who did
no
he beat?
line.
Who
He
did
had
he
no
beat?
line.
Who did he beat?
Who
Who
had
did he
no
beat?
line?
Who did he beat?
cares?
I want to know who he
A
beat.
quarterback doesn't win by himself.
Listen, I could beat a Pee Wee football team
No,
if
you
it came
couldn't.
down to it. Yes, I could. I could stand in the pocket the way he can and throw the lob
But
it up
Errol,
like he did
Errol,
Travis Hunter.
Errol, yeah, if you had time, he had no time.
Oh,
His offensive line is known for sucking. Just like CJ Stroud's offensive line was hard.
And when he played good defenses, he got his butt whipped. Because when he played
Right,
the good
because they had no offensive line.
Okay, and I can tell you a bunch of national championship teams that didn't
All right,
have
let me
great
ask you a
football.
question, Errol.
Yeah.
Errol, all right, listen, I think and one thing is they definitely don't have good quarterbacks coming up. I would take Ward over him, absolutely. But after that, who else are you going to take?
I'm not lying. I'm not complaining about that. But guess what? It's only because it's just a horrible draft class of quarterbacks. Yeah, Shedeur will be
could be
sitting
right.
there.
You could absolutely be
Oh,
right.
I know I'm right, and I watch him flat on his face.
But you know what? You gotta take him. Well, hey, remember what I told you? The guys could take him. I said I take Hunter over anybody.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, but they're not
And I
going to
would.
do that. They're not going to do that.
But I'm just saying that's what I would do. So I'm not, my whole thing was I said he'd go to, not this first time. My official thing was the top 5. I said, we were going to bet. I'm sure Fish remembers. And he said, no, I just want you to admit you're wrong. Well, I'm not going to be wrong. Okay.
All right.
And, but hey, listen, one more thing.
Mhm.
What do you, going to basketball quick.
Mhm.
What do you think about the year Westbrook's having, man?
He's having a great year. I mean, he's
He's
playing
been
with one.
amazing.
He's playing with one of the best. He is playing with the best player in the world. So
He's done that, but he's been with great players before. Kevin
yeah, but
Durant.
everywhere he's gone, even when he went to the Clippers, those were great
Right, he
players.
was-
He
right,
choked
right.
on his face. I mean, he played
Yeah,
with
but-
Harden.
But
he played
I'm
with this
saying
guy,
at this
Kawhi
age,
Leonard.
though, but at this age, and for starting, they think about he really is playing amazing.
No, he is. I'm surprised. He's got like some kind of.
Me too.
Maybe.
Me too. I
I'm
got to be honest, I'm very surprised.
But he is a Hall of Famer, and it's Russell
Oh,
Westbrook.
yeah.
And
pound for
he's-
pound, and you know what? He plays 150%.
Yeah,
So-
I like Russ. I just think that Russ is the type of guy that when he gets into the playoffs, he chokes. And he's in.
Well, I don't think he ever choked. He's never been a good shooter.
Dude,
But
he
he's-
chokes in the playoffs, man.
Yeah, but
don't
what
shoot
team
enough.
was he on?
Don't
What
shoot
team
enough.
was he on? Wait, what team was he on that was the best team?
Houston was pretty damn good with James Harden.
No,
and the
what was
players
the
around.
best team, though? He was never on the
OKC.
Thunder.
OKC. Absolutely.
No, they were rookies, dude.
But they were good. They went to
still
the finals
good.
twice. They went to the
They were
finals
kids,
twice.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I think that with Jokic, and I kind of think that Denver, the only team that could beat OKC is Denver.
Probably.
I think the Eastern Conference is pretty damn good too. So I
Oh yeah, dude. We're playing on Knicks will be there by the end of the year.
Yeah,
hopefully.
well, I didn't like what they did against the Nets tonight, so that was
You
almost a
think
choke.
they did win, right?
Yeah, they did.
They should have won by more.
That's all right. Hey, listen, you're not going to win every game, man.
I want to
Roll
throw up. Thank you, Keith. We love you. Keith, listen, I
Love
want to
you
throw
guys.
up about
Talk to
the
you later.
Knicks. I want to talk about the Knicks. The Knicks make me sick to my stomach. Give me agita every time I watch them. And I feel sick right now because I am sick. And just watching them makes me even more sick. Jeff Passan reports that the Blue Jays signed all-star outfielder Anthony Santander to a 5-year, $90 million deal. Ken Rosenthal reports that the Dodgers are interested in trading for Nolan Arenado. Not surprised if they can get the Cardinals to take on some contract. The New York Post, Joel Sherman reports that Pete Alonso turned down a 3-year from the Mets, worth about $92 million, which would make him the 4th highest paid first baseman in the league. SNY's Andy Martino reports that it is very unlikely that Alonso signs somewhere else other than the Mets at this point. Ken Rosenthal reports that the Mets, Red Sox, Orioles are the 3 most active teams for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Trade talks. Reports say that Guerrero could get an extension before the season if he gets traded, and could be somewhere around 450 to 500 million range. If the Mets get Vladimir Guerrero, which could very much happen. I mean, obviously Steve Cohen is going to spend the money, and he will no deferred money. He will just pay out of his pocket because he makes $1 billion a year. Who cares? I think it's a good move by the Mets, but how much of a big deal is Vladimir Guerrero to Pete Alonso? I know he hits more for average.
Oh, yeah.
But to me,
he's a better player.
Yeah, Pete Alonso, to me, for what we've seen in the playoffs, he's a playoff player. I think if you look at the Mets, first of all, he's a born Met. He was drafted by the Mets. He was built by the Mets. I understand that he wants more money. I understand the Mets don't want to give him more money. But guess what? Why did they get into the next round? It was because of his 3-run home run against Milwaukee, right? That 3-run shot got him into the next round and made him go on that run. He and obviously, what's his name? Vientos were the hottest hitters going into that series. And obviously a little spice here and there helped the Mets move forward, and they didn't really get much of the pitching. I would think if I were the Mets, I would dig deep into the pitching end of it. I wouldn't be going after Vladimir Guerrero or all the other guys. They need help on the pitching end. If they think Vladimir Guerrero and Juan Soto with this lineup is going to get them over the hump against the Dodgers, that's not going to happen because, as we all know, go look at Juan Soto's numbers in the World Series. They weren't very good against a pitching staff that was not healthy, like Keith was saying. Now you got to face off Glass now and all these other guys, Sasaki and Otani. I mean, it's not going to be very easy. Good pitching always beats good hitting. I think this is a big mistake if the Mets go after Vladimir Guerrero and don't add pitching to that pitching staff. I think it puts them in the sinker. And I would take Pete Alonso. I would take Pete Alonso, give him a little bit more money, and make him happy and just move on with that. And then add some pitching at the trade deadline or maybe before the season starts. I think that's the way the Mets should go, not go after Vladimir Guerrero and give him $500 million.
No, because also the trade value I think is going to be really high, and I think that's why those 3 teams that are mentioned, those are all teams. The Mets probably have the lowest of the 3 when it comes to the ranked prospects pool. But the Red Sox and Orioles have a rich prospect pool, and the Mets still have a very good one with all the moves they made last year. Billy Epler's last gift actually was a good selling deals at the deadline. That's why they have a lot of those young players very good, and that's why I think they can wait for it to get more toxic with the Blue Jays. Yeah, they signed Santander. I don't know how much is going to move the needle for them. They're still lacking a lot of pitching. They're still lacking even lineup depth in general. And I still think they're the worst team in that division with not a lot of upside. And now the Orioles and the Red Sox have these rich farm systems to make that kind of thing work. So I would wait on that because the value is going to be very, very high. Vladimir Guerrero had a great second half. His numbers were probably second best to Aaron Judge in the American League in the second half of the season. And that's why I think the Blue Jays are going to ask so much out of him. So I would wait on that, wait till the trade deadline or wait till free agency to sign Vlad. As far as Alonso, yeah, just give him one more year. I don't think.
So you would give Vladimir Guerrero $500 million instead of going after pitching.
No, I want them to go after pitching now. Go after pitching now.
They're not going to get it. The only way they make a move right now is if they get Vladimir Guerrero and not trading away prospects. If they go into the next offseason and they're going to spend all their money on Vladimir Guerrero, how does that make sense for the organization moving forward?
No, you're right. I get what you're saying.
Stupid.
I get what you're saying. That I wonder too if they're going to take some of the approach maybe of pitchers that could be available for trades, expiring contracts, arbitration type guys, because the free agent pool for the pitching is very thin now at this point as well. A lot of the good starters are off the market now. These relievers, we were just talking about the Dodgers signing a bunch of them. A lot of them are going to be gone too. I was definitely looking at Tanner Scott for the Mets as being a very good option for them because they need relief pitching depth as well. So yeah, I want them to focus on some pitching too. I think they could do it through trades.
They should have went after Max Fried. I would have held up on Juan Soto, but they dug deep on Juan Soto. I hope it works out for them. I have a feeling it's not. The Mets are an organization that loves to spend money. I'm not saying Juan Soto is not a good player. Carlos Beltran was a good player Lindor's a good player, but they can never get them over the hump. You need to get these guys over the hump. I don't know if they are winning players.
Yeah, you wonder as well if they can.
Soto did win.
Try to duplicate the process that they had last year with rebirthing a lot of those one-year contract pitchers as well. And a lot of those guys are in that same kind of pattern for that reason. Can they do that kind of approach again with some other one-year contracts and these other random pitchers to work again? That's why I still wouldn't mind them going after. I'm not saying an elite guy. There's not a great elite guy to trade for, but at least a good type all-star level type player where he's on an expiring contract. The Mets can just sign him right away like the Dodgers did last year with Glass now, and then make that kind of thing work. Unless he doesn't pitch well for you, then fine. But make that kind of approach, and then you still have room down the line to go after a big free agent because that's what Steve Cohen does.
Well, I mean, the only one you really have left is Jack Flaherty. So if you look at, and I think you hit the nail on the head when they don't have enough depth, I don't think. And I think from the Mets side, with what the Blue Jays are doing, like I can understand what they're doing.
It's a hefty price, though.
But it is, and it's what you're going to give up, and if you're trying to build. But also at the same time, with what the Blue Jays are doing, they've kind of like maybe in the aspect of, okay, hey, and it's a 5-year deal. It's worth $92.5 million. There's an option for the 6th year that would push that contract up to 110. So he is vested into what they're doing. So are they done there? Are they going to just, this is all what we're going to do and just give up that? No, it feels like they're going to do some more because we've talked about it. They've lost on some guys and that's just kind of the way it is. But with all the other teams and all the things that are going on right now, Mets pitching, like I mean, Senga, obviously, but you're going to give me Frankie Montas's deal? Like, come on, we've seen it in New York. Only thing that I think that helps him in that aspect is that he's felt that New York flair on a different level. I mean, being a Yankee, being a Met, they are very, very similar in some sense, but they're also very, very different. And Manaea and what he did in the second half and making the adjustments and what he did was absolutely impressive. But I just think it's completely different. I don't think they win their division. You're going to have Okuna back, and what the Braves, as Fish pointed out earlier in our chat, is literally what they did. They signed their guys early.
Yep. They
got all their guys early. And I hate it for the game of baseball because one of the best players, and we have had this conversation, one of the best players that's not talked about is Ronald Acuna, because he's been hurt, and it sucks because that happens in the game, but we haven't seen him be the full Ronald Acuna. We've seen shades of it. Did we see the numbers of what he did? Both knees, like, man, that stinks. That sucks for the game of baseball because that's such an absolute entity of what this game is, of a kid coming over here and doing special things. And that makes the game great. That's why people love this game, why it's the greatest game on dirt. And understand that. So there's so many aspects of it. And I love the whole contrast of the conversation because it's like, do you buy them? Do you get them early? What do you do? What do you get for them? And I think the Dodgers have created a lot of different dynamic to the game now. Where do I think in some aspects it hurts, like I said, but some I'm like, maybe you got to open some eyes, right? And be like, we can do this too.
Jabba, what the Braves have done is showing that even if they lose stud players like Acuna and Strider, because they have everyone on cheap contracts, they can weather the storm. But if those guys were taking up half the payroll, like you see on some teams, then there's no way that team's going to be competitive. And it's amazing that the Braves can still be, they were competitive there till the end. And they had no business being competitive with the amount of injuries they had last year. So I really love their model. I don't love it for the player side of it, but as the team building side of it, where if you lose in Acuna, you still can be a playoff team or close to it. That's a pretty big deal. That
But
wouldn't you?
But wouldn't you love it though? Like if you're, 2 years in, and it's like, hey, you know what? I'm 23 years old, and I can still sign another contract when I'm 30, 31 years old.
That's what I was going to say too. Like the combined value still might be about the same for the player too overall. Like
Other than the one big one, right? Other than the one big one, you're going to get two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Juan Soto signed that long-term deal, because that's where he's going to stay. I don't see him going anywhere unless he opts out after a certain amount of years. But I don't.
At the same time, arbitration changed that too, because he was still making $27 to $30 million in arbitration. Before he signed this contract, he'd made $80 million.
Yeah, he's made a life savings of money, but I think the Vladimir.
And now he's got a buttload more.
Yeah.
So I got some numbers for you guys real quick. I want to read you Pete Alonso's stats and Anthony Santander's stats, and you tell me who should get paid more. All right. So I'm not going to tell you who I'm reading first, and I want you to guess who's who.
I know this answer before you even say it.
WAR 2.6, 34 homers, 240 batting average, 91 runs, 88 RBIs, 459 slugging, 788 OPS. Okay, those are the meaningful stats. Defensively, -3. DRS, Errol. Remember what DRS is from analytics?
Defensive
runs saved.
Let's go.
So below average. The second guy, 2.9 WAR, 44 home runs, 235 batting average, a little lower, 91 runs the same, 102 RBIs, 814 OPS, and a little worse defensively, -7 DRS. Who do you pay more?
I'm paying Pete Alonso more.
Which one's Pete Alonso?
The first one.
He is, and he's a worse player according to those stats. And Santander just got paid 5 for less than 100.
I'm paying the guy
less than 20 a year.
I'm paying a guy that is going to show up in the playoffs when I need a big hit and give me that opportunity to win. And I seen Pete Alonso do it.
But have they won? They haven't won. Neither of them have.
No, you're right. But when Pete Alonso goes up there and you need a big hit, he's done it. He's done it more than once. I'm going to go with the guy that I trust in the playoffs. I look at guys like Vladimir Guerrero. What has Vladimir Guerrero done? Yeah, he's done great in the regular season, but how many times has he been in the playoffs? And that has a lot to do with the team around him. I do not give Vladimir Guerrero $500 million, which the Mets are probably going to do in the offseason next year and set their team back. Because I look at Soto, I look at all these other guys. Lindor, yeah, he's looked good. That's fine. I just don't know if hitting is going to get you there. The Yankees thought that for years, and it never helped them. It never helped them. I think it's a big mistake. I think the Mets should be looking at pitching, go after pitching. That's where
I got a pitcher for you.
Yankees are doing it right now. I think the Yankees
got a pitcher for you. No one's mentioned, Errol, for the Mets. And Speedy, I think you're going to like this one. Now, the Mets there's no one really available free agent-wise, right? They're not going to go after Jack Flaherty. And if they do, it's probably a short-term deal. But there's a guy who's going on the last year of his deal. There's a club option for this next year. And if Milwaukee falters at all, or they decide to sell on a guy that's they do this in Milwaukee where they're not going to keep him after this year.
I know where you're getting at.
Freddie Peralta would look very good in a Mets jersey.
He's not going to the Mets.
I would believe that is a prime type of target and the type of guy that might move this year. I think you're going to see him talked a lot about during the trade deadline. And if I'm the Mets, I don't understand how they were able to piece together the pitching last year with like Quintana being the ace for a portion of the season. Like it's
We've
amazing.
seen this before with the Mets. They bring in managers, they have a good year, and then they fall flat.
But that's not sustainable to keep the pitching up like that through the playoffs, right? With like these guys that are, bargain basement guys. Let's face it. So, if Severino was your big splurge, let's just face it, it's not really the pitching staff you're spending on. And I think Peralta, you sign that guy, you don't have to give up that much because he's an expiring deal. You might be able to re-sign him. That's the type of move I would like to see them do. That guy's young. He's 28. Do it.
They're not doing that. I think the Mets. I think the Mets are looking for a home run. This is what the organization's all about: hitting home runs. I knew they were getting Juan Soto. They're going to get Vladimir Guerrero. I think one way or another next year. I don't think they're going to do it
Freddie's
now.
a top 20 pitcher.
Yes, last 2 years, that's definitely been.
That's great, but I don't think the Mets are getting him. I think the Mets are going to go, and they're going to go all in on Vladimir Guerrero because Juan Soto and Lindor are butt buddies with him. And that's what's going to happen. He's going to go over there, and hitting is not going to win him championships. So they can do whatever the hell they want. And I know what David Stern is doing right now. David Stearns is doing right now. He's doing exactly what the Met fans want. They want to get the big home run guy. They're hitting home runs. Juan Soto, they got everything that they're setting up for Vladimir Guerrero. Good for them. I think it's a big mistake. The Yankees are actually doing it right now. They're going after pitching. If they want to compete and they want to beat the good hitting teams, go get Max Fried is the best left-handed pitcher in the last 5 years. He's got to stay healthy, but he is. They still have Garrett Cole. They're building that rotation, and they're going all in on the rotation. Pitching wins championships. I think the Yankees are finally, and Cashman, yes, I'll give Cashman credit. Cashman is maybe seeing it for what it is. You want to beat the good teams, you got to beat them with pitching. So the Baseball Hall of Fame announced their new inductees today. 3 new players, ladies and gentlemen. Ichiro Suzuki, first ballot. Almost a perfect score, 99.7%.
Stupid.
CC Sabathia, also first ballot, receiving 86.8%. Billy Wagner finally gets 82.5% of the vote. He was a great relief pitcher. Carlos Beltran, a bit short right now, required 75% needed, 70.3. He'll get it next year, even though, that cheating scandal really hurt him, I think. Andrew Jones was a bit short, 66.2%. I don't know if Andrew Jones is ever going to get up there where that steroid thing has really hurt him, I think. And then obviously 40% of the votes, the next closest are Chase Utley. He won't get there. Alex Rodriguez should be there. He won't. Manny Ramirez should be there. He won't. And Andy Pettitte, probably, to me, the best game-winning playoff pitcher I've ever seen in my lifetime. If I'm going to pick a guy, he's going to go out. I want the guy to go out there and win that one game. It's either him or Kurt Schilling. I'm going with Andy Pettitte. It's a shame that Andy Pettitte is sitting there with the HGH, but nevertheless, Ichiro, well deserved. I don't know if he's 99.7%. I see it right there. I see your tattoo right there.
46, baby.
Yeah. Andy Pettitte and CC Sabathia, who I have a tremendous amount of respect for. I met him at a golf tournament. He lost a lot of weight. He's big. He's really big when you meet him. He's a giant. But nice guy, big hands, and Speedy, you know all about the big hands.
I do not.
He grabs, he pulls, he yanks. As far as Billy Wagner, I feel bad for Billy because Billy should have been in a long time ago. I think baseball's really treated him wrong, but I'm happy he's heading into Cooperstown. So congratulations to Billy Wagner.
Yeah, long overdue. He was on the ballot for a while with these other relievers that we were talking about all the time, like they're not as good that are getting in right now. And again, he maybe just playing in the same era as Mariano Rivera and like a Trevor Hoffman, maybe it drove down his value as a whole, but the baseball writers should not look at it that way. So the fact that it took that long,
he opened up his mouth a lot. I think that's what hurt him.
Sure, yeah, and that's where these writers are going to have their personal grudges, and that's why our friend Ryan Spader likes to take shots at them all the time with the Hall of Fame and how flawed the voting process has been for them. But very well deserved. Sabathia, definitely a Hall of Famer. He should have gotten in. Mikey C, I guess that was one of the takes he was wrong about because he said he wasn't going to get in, and now his 90% right claim doesn't look as good with that
He's
one.
90% wrong, 10% right. It's a flip flop. I always got.
I remember you two arguing about that a while ago. I think when you had below the mic, I think he came in and you guys debated on that, and you said he was never going to get in, and he gets in first ballot, very well deserved. And Ichiro, obviously, game changing player, like culture changing player too for both the Seattle Mariners and for Japanese baseball as a whole too. Beltran will get in, I think, next year. I think you're right. The cheating scandal, I think, is the biggest thing that's held him back from getting it, but he's progressively getting to the votes.
Greatest playoff players.
Yeah, and I hope they do eventually put Andrew Jones in. He's got 2 more years left of the eligibility because he definitely deserves it. But you're right. Who knows with the steroid?
Andrew Jones is never getting in. I'm telling you, he's never going to get in. They're never going to let him in. They're just not, unfortunately.
Why don't you think he'll get it?
The steroids. It's the whole steroid thing. The accusations that he was doing steroids the year that he hit those 52 home runs or some crazy number, and he won the Gold Glove and what he was. He has the longevity. He deserves it. He's never going to get in. They're never going to let him in. They're just not, unfortunately.
I'm so honored and had the privilege of playing with a lot of Hall of Famers. And this year, obviously, I had two of them, CC being one of my really, really good friends. And all the things that he's taught me in Ichiro, standing in right field with him. And Billy Wagner, he ruffled some feathers in New York, as you all remember, coming out to that song, like, don't be an idiot. Very well deserving. And all of them, I think Beltran, there's something that's holding him up. His postseason year that he had when he had 16 homers, and there's that aspect. Andy Pettit obviously is near and dear to my heart, and everything that he's done for me. Taught me how to be a father on the road as being a baseball player, and the things that he did with his kids. And there's just a lot of them. I mean, you're going to get certain guys too where, what are the Joe Nathans of the world going to be? Billy Wagner's going to he's going to Hall of Fame at the least amount of innings pitched ever. And Joe Nathan is 40 saves less, but more innings pitched, better record. Their WAR is about the same. And he had a better 10, but he played for the Twins. And so nobody really knew how good Joe Nathan was. And CC was a no-brainer. I mean, one of three left-handers all time. And we're talking about this entire game. Carlton and Randy Johnson are the only two that had 250 wins with 300 strikeouts. And what C exemplified more than anything is what he was as a teammate and what he was as a man, and faced his demons, did everything that he did, and went out, protected his teammates. He taught me so much when I left New York, and I finally got a contract, and I was able to do some things and what it meant, and having those guys around me. And me and C got to know each other, and we connected on a different level. And it was something to, watch him, get in, and to be privileged enough to be on the field with these men and see not only what they do on the field, but how they treat one another and how they're selfless. And Ichiro was the same way. Was absolutely an unbelievable teammate. And, it's crazy for me to sit here as a fat kid from the north side of Lincoln to be able to say that those are my teammates and those are my friends. And it's been an absolute crazy, back and forth side. I was watching it as much as probably everybody else. Were they trending? Where were they going? And C just is something for me that has been tremendous and is very, very warranted in all of these guys. I think Beltran will probably get in. I think Andrew Jones's run, his first 12 years, he won 10 in a row. I think the back end of his career is kind of what's hurting him a little bit. How his average fell and all of his numbers, but it's so interesting to me. And Fish and I kind of had this conversation a little bit earlier, and this was our next segment where your numbers don't change. I actually had this conversation with Mariano Rivera. And first of all, before I get to that, how in the hell, what is that one vote that Derek Jeter and Ichiro didn't get to be unanimous? It makes zero sense to me.
I think they just did it because Mariano Rivera. They just still want Mariano Rivera to be the guy.
I don't disagree, but what are you taking away from Ichiro? Nobody said anything about Ichiro's entire career. There was nothing to be said. There was nothing. There was no controversy. There was no nothing. Ichi was just Ichi. That's who he was. He played the game of baseball. He loved it. He was the most meticulous human being I have ever seen in my life. He lint rolled in front of his locker before he stretched. It was incredible. He was unbelievable. He was one of the most, and he sat straight across from me when he signed with us. And I would be stuck in my locker watching him because I'm like, how do you do this? His wife would make him plum balls every day, rice plum balls. I never saw him eat normal food. And he is one of my favorite people on the planet because he literally and I'm outside the box. Like, I don't have a filter. I don't have anything. Mike Messina, another Hall of Famer. I was that annoying, little brother, and I would just bug Moose. That's literally what I did. And one of my greatest satisfactions in my career is when Moose was struggling in 2000 and what was that, 7 or 8? I can't remember. And he got moved to the bullpen. And he gave me a hug. And he said, "Thank you." And I'm like, "For what? I didn't do a damn thing." He goes, "You made baseball fun for me again because I saw the energy." And I was like, "Thanks." I was just being myself. I wasn't doing anything. But anyways, these guys and Ichi, he literally was. Yeah, I almost blew that game in 2008, Fish. Mo had to come save my ass. Yeah, I pitched the 8th, and that was the first time that he was going to win 20 games because he'd won 19 twice before. And he won his 20th game in the last game of the season, and I almost blew it. And Mo came in and saved my ass. And then the next year I'm starting in 2009, I get a call from Moose, and Moose was like, "Do I have to come back to save your ass again? Pitch better." I'm like, "Thanks, Moose. Appreciate you, bud." Yeah, I'm gonna try and do my best. But it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be able to sit here and talk to everybody in front of you guys, to be able to say these 2 of 3 that got inducted today were my teammates and really good friends and taught me a lot about the game. And I was glad Ichiro was on my team so I didn't have to face him because his at-bats sucked. They were terrible because he would not strike out and I could not get him out, and he would dink something here, dink something there. And the things that he could do with the baseball and the following that he had was absolutely incredible. And to see what CeCe did and where he came from, and a lot of stories that I can't tell that are personal, but man, he is such a special individual, and these guys are all deserving of every accolade that they did. And I remember when Billy Wagner went to the Braves, because I'm a Braves fan, and to see what he did, and to know now going in and to be somebody that special, the least amount of innings ever to be inducted in the Hall of Fame. Good for you, man. Congratulations. Hats off. And looking forward to that thing. I will be in Cooperstown for that induction, and it'll be a fun one.
For sure, man. And I'll just add a couple of stats and things. Ichiro, more combined hits than Pete Rose, if you combine his Japanese and Major League Baseball career, and had over 3,000 just in Major League Baseball alone. Rookie of the Year and MVP, same time. Over 200 hits. Speedy, how many years in a row? It was a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Either way,
most in the season 262, right?
262. He was just out of control, and I think him and Vladimir Guerrero Sr., the only guys I've ever seen hit a home run off a ball that bounced. And
Vlad hit one off me that bounced.
10 consecutive.
That's 10 consecutive years, 200 hits. I mean,
the entire
no one does
2000s.
that. I mean, it speaks for itself. Jabba, what did you feel like when you bounced the pitch, probably intentionally, to this guy, and he still fucking hit it out?
I honestly, there was two experiences. I was always, as a baseball fan, I was always a huge, like, strong-armed outfielder guy, like Ron Gant, Jose Guillen, Vladimir Guerrero, like all those guys. Like I love that. I don't know why. Raul Mondesi, another one that just had really, really strong arms. That it was just fun because they let it fly. And I'll never forget, it was my rookie year. We're playing in Anaheim, and Vlad comes up, and I literally told myself, I go, I don't care if he hits it 700 feet. I go, I'm going to throw a ball as fast as I can right down the middle. And it was 101. He fouled it straight back off. And mind you, I'm a 21-year-old kid. And I was like, that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Like, this is awesome. And then he went to the Orioles. And we had gotten the scouting report. Just the best pitch to throw him is a ball down the middle, because he's such a bad ball hitter that he's so good. And mind you, what a lot of people don't know, Vlad is one of the most gracious human beings in the world. His mom would cook for us. She would cook for the visiting team. And me being from Nebraska, never had Dominican food, obviously. And literally they would bring over food when Vlad was on the other side. His mom would cook and bring food to the visiting team. And just such a great human. So when he ended with the Orioles, I was starting, and I was like, perfect. I'll bounce a curveball, and then I'm gonna go back away with a heater. And literally it bounces, and he hits a 3-run homer to left, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna say at this point. Like, that was pretty cool. Like, they were showing Ichiro. He did the same thing, and it's just like, man, these guys are just crazy. I was fortunate enough to play against them, and obviously was never as good as they were. But just being around some of these guys and seeing what made them the best, it was just an absolute honor and a privilege to be able to wear the uniform, to be able to be in that position as a baseball fan, as somebody that still loves the game, and to share the field with these men and get to know their kids. Cece's son's name is Carter. My son's name is Carter. And all the other people along my life that I've been able to play with that have gotten into the Hall of Fame has been an absolute privilege. And it's just so cool to see those guys' names go up and to know that they are not only deserving based upon their stats, but these are some of the greatest men I've ever played with.
All right. The Hall of Fame is all set up for baseball. It's good. Joe Nathan is a Stony Brook alum, so hopefully Joe, one way or another.
Field's named after him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Joe Nathan left Stony Brook to go as a shortstop, right? You know that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I guess I'll go back to school. And he's like, I guess I'll try and pitch. Turned out pretty good.
Yes, he was a good reliever. He was a great reliever, and he should be a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
And hopefully one day he does get there. But he always comes out here to the island and supports Stony Brook baseball. So, and I actually got a chance to meet Joe Nathan at Stony Brook a couple of times. So he's a big dude too. that guy's a big dude too. So
You would think they're going to start, since the game has changed so much, that there's going to be a push to get these late relievers and not just like, closers. If there's going to be some guys that, remember Smoltz? I'm sorry to cut you off, Errol, but remember Smoltz? He had that reinvention by going into the pen. Then he started again. He was still a good player at that point. It's one of those, like, I wonder if that's what's going to happen, where you're going to see guys, get rewarded for being in the pen as opposed to punished.
I told you what Max Fried is going to be. I think Max Fried is going to have 4 good years with the Yankees, and the Yankees are going to move him to the bullpen because he's a left-handed pitcher, and I think he's going. I do believe that one way or another, I think he'll be the Yankees closer in the long run. I think because he can't stay healthy. So I think 4 good years for him, and I think the Yankees will eventually shift him into the bullpen. Because if you really look at it, for the amount of money the Yankees are paying him to be a closer, I mean, it's a pretty good deal if you think about it. $27 million in a couple of years, that's going to be nothing. So you put him as your closer, and I think because Max can't stay healthy, I think 4 really good years. I think that's what I think Max Fried could be, and I think with him and Garrett Cole, I think that's as good as 1-2 punches there in baseball. Hopefully, the Yankees make a couple more moves to make them better next year. I mean, in the middle of the season, we'll see what happens. But it was a long show. Let's you guys want to get what's that smell in?
All righty.
Let's get in what's that smell.
Let's do it.
What's that smell? What's that smell?
Wow. You don't see that every day.
You know, it's so funny. I look at Owen, and Owen looks like he was sleeping. He looked like he just woke up.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
No, he was searching another 19th century baseball player for us for next week.
Heck yeah. Always researching. Always researching.
Not 19th century, 18th century. Anyways, all right. So everybody knows the rules of this. You pick out something that, smells like whatever you want it to smell like, and you tell us, and you give us a take on it. We'll go today. Let's go Owen, Fish, Scoops, Speedy, Jabba, me. How's that? Is that fair?
All right.
Sounds good. I think it's the same order every time.
Is it really? I don't even know. You know more than I do. I am not feeling very good, so I have no idea remembering. I'm lucky I remember my name right now. But go ahead.
You're good. So my what's that smell is a report is coming out that the Cleveland Browns are trying to get out of the rest of Deshaun Watson's $92 million contract. Sounds like he turned his ankle without wearing a boot, and they saw it on a TikTok video. So they're going to try to use that to get out of his contract. Smart move by the Browns. Obviously, get rid of that cap space if you can get rid of it for free. For Deshaun Watson, that really, really sucks because he'll never get a contract again. But the whole thing smells like a sweaty ass in a massage parlor with the oils.
Robert Kraft.
With the oils. A little rub down for Deshaun Watson once again.
Ooh, I need a rub down right now. Need one. Speedy, what do you think?
I would say ask Robert Kraft on that one. He's much more of the expert.
Well, I don't know him. I know you.
All right. Well, you could next time we have an ex-Patriots player on the show, we could see if that would be Robert Kraft.
Let's rub it together. Let's rub it together.
Well, I'm going to go backwards, and I'm going to tell you what it smells like first. I smell a rat. That's what I'm telling you right now. I smell a rat because there is no way the two of these people are friends to the point where they're going to be buddy-buddy in the booth watching Travis Kelce and the Chiefs playing. Yes, I'm talking about the oh-so-coincidental Caitlin Clark and Taylor Swift, like constant shots for somehow just magically sitting together, even though they're like 12 years apart in age. I'm sure that wasn't premeditated. People in the media, I smell a rat.
All right. So I wanted to talk about the Raiders. And when we all know that when it comes to drafting, the Raiders are not the best, or they're good at drafting good players and then letting them either walk or trade. Therefore, it's even better. Therefore, the team thought that they hit gold back in the 2023 draft. However, they drafted the wrong player. In the 70th pick in the 3rd round, they drafted Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Alabama, while 7 picks later, the Rams drafted another Byron Young, who the edge rusher out of Tennessee. Now, when you sit back and you look at these two guys' career, compare the numbers, the Raiders definitely drafted the wrong guy. The Raiders got Byron Young. The Byron Young for the Raiders recorded 4 tackles across 6 games in his rookie year, was then cut in the summer, picked up by the Eagles, where he hasn't played a single game, yet he's somehow sitting on IR, where the Rams' Byron Young is, in his 2 seasons, a rising star edge rusher. 2 seasons, has 123 combined tackles, 15.5 sacks, and it all started with it's just absolutely laughable, and it all started with the Raiders' incompetence, and it smells out loud, and it stinks out loud, too. It smells like an already used Mark Davis dude wipe. Exactly what it smells like.
All right, so for mine, I'm going to address the drama in Vancouver with JT Miller and Elias Pettersson that's been kind of dragging on for about 3 months. And now Vancouver, there was a rumor that the Rangers were interested there to a deal on the table that they shut down. Vancouver wanted more. And obviously, JT Miller is not going to be the end of it because Elias Pettersson's a star and just got a big contract. But it's a drama that's been going on for 3 months, and Vancouver still thinks they could try to get good trade value out of it. So this whole saga is not going to end very well. I wouldn't mind him coming back to the Rangers, but he's 32 years old. And again, it's going to really save him. I don't know. What does that smell? What does the Vancouver front office and that whole drama smells like? It smells like the rotten fish that's fished out of the Pacific Ocean, eaten by John Tortorella, and then farted out.
Wow,
Vancouver and Rangers legend John Tortorella.
I was just gonna. Well, he was in Tampa too.
Yeah, but the Tampa's not involved in this drama. They traded JT Miller at the right time.
Mine's gonna go to back to the Chiefs, and the league average is a little bit over 6.5 penalties a game. Chiefs are at 5, and every time something happens to Patrick Mahomes, is he getting the Tom Brady treatment or what have you? But every time that something happens, he always looks at the ref, see if he can get it. The discrepancy has been over in their games this year has been over 50 yards in penalties on the Chiefs side. So that smells real like, hey, we want them to do this, fishy, and some bullshit.
Fishy and some bullshit.
Is it the rotten fish that John Tortorella ate from before?
They might have been in cohorts.
All right. What's that smell goes to the Detroit Lions. As the Lions prepare to have their bye week as the number 1 seed, they go into the divisional game selling the most expensive tickets known to man. As we all know, the boonies were $400 on the field at a record-breaking $9,000 a ticket, and played up a lousy goose egg against a rookie quarterback, giving a rookie quarterback a reason to go to an NFC title game and be one of the first to ever do it and knock off the Philadelphia Eagles. And Jared Goff, who had a sensational year, was an MVP candidate, put up the numbers that he put up with some of the best numbers a quarterback could ever put up, and then go into a divisional game at home in front of a crowd with all those loud Lion fans and only throw 3 interceptions in a game. I think it was an absolute terrible smell. It was more like a bobcat and a lion making out and then taking a crap of a baby, which probably smells like lion's den shit. So that's what it smells like. The lion and a bobcat making love and creating a terrible smell. So that's what I would say. I mean, the Lions just absolutely horrendous. I mean, Jared Goff, who I put down over and over and over again when he was on the Lions. I mean, I'm sorry, not on the Lions, on the Rams, and then goes to the Lions and put up all these numbers, and I stick up for him, and then all of a sudden in a divisional game, just how many times does he have to do it? And he goes to an NFC title game, and then in the second half, completely disappears off the face of the earth. So I don't know. I think Jared Goff's not a playoff quarterback. That's all I'm going to say. And I think the Lions have a lot of work to do because they don't have an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator anymore. So Bobcat and a lion making out and creating a baby would be something interesting. I mean, we all know there was a Wolfen, so maybe there's a, what do they call it? A Bob Lion? I mean, so there it is. Bob Lion. That's a new
species.
Species. I mean, Speedy, would you make out with a bobcat? How about
I'm
a
not
lion?
messing with a cat of prey.
Why not? If he jumped on your back and gave you a nice little ride,
I'd be dead.
I
Speedy,
mean,
did you ever watch Tiger King?
did you ever see Did you ever see a lion's balls?
You would look at that.
I did. I can't lie to you. I was at the zoo. I cannot lie to you. When they lay so flat on their back, I mean, their balls just stick to the inner part of their leg. I mean, those things are massive. I mean, they are massive. I mean, they're more than 2 handfuls, Speedy. What do you think that would do to you?
Kill me.
Would you eat them as a meatball?
No.
You don't even know what they were.
I'm not instigating a freaking.
I mean, if you cut the ball bag off, you cut the ball bag off and eat the meat.
I'm not messing with a predatory cat.
Would you rather mess with a lion or a tiger, though?
A tiger.
Neither.
A tiger. Definitely
Tiger, right?
Definitely.
So if a tiger attacked you, what would you do?
Roll up in a ball.
Try to run? Who knows?
Roll up in a ball and hope he doesn't kill me. Play dead like I do with a bear. That's what they say with a bear.
Yeah, I've heard that.
You fall over and pretend you're dead. I don't know what more you can do. I mean, try to outrun it. He's going to catch you 50 miles per hour. Try to outclimb it. Good luck. The claws, they'll climb up the tree. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, so honestly, nothing. So good luck. Play dead and hope he doesn't eat you. I mean, but cutting a lion's balls off, he's dead already. So what? You wouldn't enjoy it? No. I mean, that's a delicacy.
I'm not messing with a freaking cat. That's a
you're not messing with it. It's dead.
Yeah, I am.
You're cutting the balls off and you're
I'm
eating
not-
the ball bag.
I'm not eating any.
Would you rather the balls or the bag? What would you rather?
I don't know.
Would you wear the bag on your neck?
Sure.
All right. I figured you would. I think you would. I mean,
Errol, in Nebraska, we have what's called the Testicle Festival.
Oh
God, the Testicle Festival.
How many testicles have you eaten?
I haven't been. Jabba's been, but that makes sense.
Did he ever have a giraffe testicle? That's interesting. I mean, those things
Rocky
really.
Mountain oysters, right?
Yep.
That's what it is.
Oyster
Sweetbreads.
Yep.
Street balls.
That's what they're called, Speedy. So when we're in New Orleans, don't get any sweetbreads.
Only if he licks it. If he licks it, it's okay.
I'm not licking anyone's balls.
Well, I'll listen. I'll walk up to somebody and you lick.
No, you won't.
All right, you walk up to somebody and you'll lick them.
No, I won't.
Okay,
I'm
somebody.
not
will walk-
licking anyone's balls.
You just might get swept up with the culture
All right,
over there.
I'll tell you
never
what.
know.
Your dog likes to lick your ass. Would you let a dog lick your ass over there?
No.
That'd be cool.
I'm not
right?
messing. I'm not being a random dog.
I mean, is it clean? If I make sure that it's clean, would you let him
It
lick
doesn't
it?
matter.
Clean tongue.
I don't care.
I'll brush his teeth.
I don't care.
Hey, will you let a stripper lick your balls?
No.
I think he'll let anybody lick his
No, I
balls.
won't.
He's a lion.
The dog might be cleaner.
I think a monkey would be good for you.
Slap that ass.
I would slap that ass, right? A monkey's
Good for
ass?
you. Go slap a monkey's ass. I
How about
don't
a
care.
chimpanzee?
All right, I'm not stopping you from.
I mean, they have pretty big.
Okay,
Would
you
you
can
grab-
do it. I don't
Would you
care.
jump on his back? And
No.
Why not?
I'm not messing with a freaking monkey.
A chimp. A chimp.
Whatever. I don't care.
Baboon, bear ass.
Could you walk like a chimp?
No.
Yeah, like that. Could you do that? Make it... That's a dog mating with a donkey. Oh man, what a show. Anyways,
We always go off on a tangent. I love it.
yeah, well, somebody's got to do it. Yeah, thank you to Pete Bercich. He's fantastic. Thank you for his takes on Minnesota and the Vikings and trailing the Bobcats and Lions, as we always say, right, Speedy?
No, that's Curly to you.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, no, Java's Curly. No,
He's
it's Larry
Curly.
to you.
You're Larry, and I'm Mo. That's right. I'm sorry. All right, Larry. Hopefully Mo doesn't. Well, I'm Mo. I'm sorry.
Next
I'm
time
Curly.
Pete's come on, I'll have to rearrange all the graphics over the break to make us all our Three Stooges characters.
Would you lick any of their nuts?
No.
Okay. Which stooge would you lick?
You gotta think about that.
I'm Larry. I'm standing my loins.
So you're gonna lick your own balls?
Sure.
Huh? It's like Janet Jackson cut her. I found out recently that Janet Jackson took her ribs apart so she can give herself a nice little fun. Did you anybody hear that? I mean, I heard that.
I thought that was Marilyn Manson.
Oh, he did that too. He did that too, but so did Janet Jackson. She took some of her ribs out so she can give herself pleasure. That's what I heard. So that's an interesting story. I mean, Janet, if she could do that, I mean, she's an amazing singer, and she's even more when she rips out her boobs, right? Justin Timberlake, Speedy, you watch that?
I was too young to remember that.
So you don't remember Justin Timberlake?
I know what the story was.
Did you ever see the star in her ass?
What?
Did you ever see a star in her ass?
No, I was too young to remember.
All right, so you don't remember the star on her ass or her boob, right?
No.
Okay.
I know what happened.
Do you know what happened? What
I
happened?
know it happened.
What happened?
There was a nip slip.
Slip.
So wardrobe malfunction, Speedy, is how they
nip
phrased
slip.
it. At the
I
time.
never heard that before. Nip slip.
Never heard that?
No.
Really?
No, nip slip. That's your new nickname, nip slip.
It was more like a rip off if you were watching it in real time.
A nip slip.
I don't think it was supposed to come off.
Oh, and you wanna give me a nip slip? No?
The nip slip.
No, Speedy, would you give me a nip
I'm
slip?
not doing any of that crap.
Would you slip a nip?
I'm not doing any of that crap.
Would you slip a nip?
No.
All right. Anyway, Speedy would not snip a lip or nip or whatever he snips, or maybe he snips his own balls. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the show. We'll be back tomorrow. Who do we have on?
Returning to the show at 8:30, former Steelers, Bills, and Patriots guard, Super Bowl champion, now coaching at Middle Tennessee State as the offensive line coach, Kendall Simmons will be back on our show.
Mr. Kendall will be joining us. I'm sure he has his own thoughts to the Pittsburgh Steelers as they choke, as they always do in the playoffs. In the wild card game, as we corrected ourselves last time, or I corrected myself. Anyways, that's it. We'll be back tomorrow. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.